Chapter 3396 The Rules of Reincarnation, Seeing the Samsara Grandmaster's Figure Disappear. Jian Wushuang understood that the reason why the Samsara Grandmaster's consciousness appeared was to tell him the secret of the Samsara Heaven Realm. Now that he had told him, his consciousness naturally fell silent again. The Samsara of life and death, if it really is the legendary Samsara of life and death, then this opportunity is too great. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his heart, but at the same time he also understood that if it really was the samsara of life and death, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to refine it. For example, the Samsara Grandmaster himself was extremely powerful. He created the Samsara sect with great means. Although he might not have reached the overlord level, his strength and his understanding of the Samsara principles among the experts born in the divine beginning realm who were good at the samsara principles. There were definitely few who were good at it. However, such an expert who was extremely talented in samsara principles had studied it for 300 million years without making any progress. One could imagine how difficult it was to refine and master the samsara of life and death. Such a great fortune is placed in front of me, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. Jian Wushuang shook his head, secretly. Perhaps in the future, when he grew up and reached the peak level that the Samsara Grandmaster had mentioned, he would try to break the restrictions around the Samsara Heaven Realm. But now Jian Wushuang would not waste a month's time refining the Samsara. The Samsara is a complete Samsara. I will meditate in it. It will definitely help me to master the Samsara principles. I wonder if I have the chance to improve the samsara principles and master the samsara principles in this month. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Once the samsara principles was improved, his strength would also be greatly enhanced. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged in the samsara heaven realm. His consciousness still covered the entire samsara with a death aura. He carefully observed and felt the samsara. He felt the power of life and death in the samsara and the complete samsara principles. The combination of life and death is perfect. The power of life and death is connected with the power of samsara. Many thoughts suddenly appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. In the samsara heaven realm, he had seen the samsara principles too clearly through the samsara. Soon he found the part of the samsara principles that he had not mastered yet. Then he began to meditate. Time passed quietly. A month passed quickly. The samsara heaven realm was still filled with the power of the samsara principles. Even Jian Wushuang's body was filled with the rich samsara principles. However, as Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, the power of the samsara principles on his body and around him instantly disappeared. Jian Wushuang sat there with his legs crossed. He looked calm and unremarkable in the samsara heaven realm. It was as if he belonged to a part of the samsara heaven realm, or it could be said that the samsara heaven realm was filled with a part of the samsara principles. The samsara heaven realm did not disappoint me. After a month, I have completely grasped the samsara principles. Jian Wushuang smiled. At this moment, he could already feel the complete power of the samsara principles. After he had gathered the space-time principles, he had finally completely comprehended the second principle. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. After comprehending the samsara principles, Jian Wushuang immediately gained another portion of the power of his will. Originally, because he had comprehended the space-time principles and the combination of the space-time principles and the samsara principles, he had already mastered 2 portions of the power of his will. Now that he had also comprehended the samsara principles, he had mastered 3 portions of the power of his will. 3 parts of the power of the will were already at the level of an ordinary expert in the 3rd realm of the void. However, Jian Wushuang had cultivated the life divine power, so it was equivalent to having 1 more part of the power of the will, as well as the heaven-cleaving skill. 1 part of the power of the will could also be comparable to 1 part of the power of the will. If all these were calculated, He now had the power of 5 parts of the power of the will, which was already at the level of an expert in the 5th realm of the void. The principles, masters of the 5 void realms, were almost at the top level in the divine beginning realm. After all, apart from those masters of the saint realm or experts who had reached the ruler level, there should be less than 20 experts of the 6 void realms in the divine beginning realm, and those below the 6 void realms were the principles, masters of the 5 void realms. They were the principles, masters of the 5 void realms. Unfortunately, although I have mastered the 3rd part of the power of the will, I still don't feel the slightest sign of a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang frowned. After all, he was still an immortal saint. Although he had reached the peak of the immortal saint and met all the requirements for an ordinary cultivator to break through to the principles master level, and even exceeded them by a lot, a perfect life level cultivator, it was already much more difficult than other cultivators to break through from the immortal saint realm to the principles master realm. Even though he had mastered 3 portions of the power of the will, he still could not break through. Temporal Temple Master said before that Master seemed to have fused 3 principles before he broke through to the principles Master realm. I have only fused 2 principles now, and am still far from Master's level, Jian Wushuang muttered. I can't rush it. I have to take it step by step. After fusing 2 principles, I'll have to figure out a way to comprehend the 3rd principle. The 3rd principle should be the destruction principles. The destruction principles had a higher affinity than the reincarnation principles, which was comparable to the space-time principles. Jian Wushuang would definitely choose the destruction principles as his next principle to comprehend. However, he had not really comprehended the destruction principles before, so he had to start from scratch. It would definitely take a lot of time if he could have some opportunities or treasures to help him. His progress would be faster. The 1-month deadline is up. The samsara heaven realm is already rejecting me. I'd better go out first. Jian Wushuang smiled, then stood up and slowly walked out of the heaven realm. Before leaving, Jian Wushuang stopped with some reluctance. His consciousness once again activated the aura of death and felt the complete samsara of life and death. Samsara! I don't know if someone really has the ability to completely refine you. If that person really exists, I hope it's me. With a sigh, Jian Wushuang left the samsara heaven realm. Chapter 30, 397. Another enemy? After coming out of the samsara heaven realm, Jian Wushuang immediately met up with Demon Master Qinhua, who was guarding outside. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how's your harvest in the samsara heaven realm? Demon Master Qinhua asked casually. Not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled, but he was very satisfied. Indeed, although he had only stayed in the samsara heaven realm for a month, he had completely comprehended the samsara principles and mastered the 3rd part of the power of the will. At the same time, he also learned a shocking secret contained in the samsara heaven realm. If this secret was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge wave in the divine beginning realm. Not only in the divine beginning realm, but even in the universe battlefield, it would probably be shocked. Such a harvest was worthy of Jian Wushuang's rejoicing. The trip to the samsara heaven realm has ended. There's no need for us to stay in the samsara sect anymore. Let's just leave, Jian Wushuang said. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua planned to leave. Before leaving, of course, he met with the samsara sect master and the others. Sect Master, take good care of the samsara sect and the samsara heaven realm. Don't let the samsara heaven realm suffer any losses. Maybe I'll go back to the samsara heaven realm in the future, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was telling the truth after learning the secret of the samsara heaven realm. As long as his strength grew, he would definitely enter the samsara heaven realm again to try to refine the samsara. Humph! The samsara sect master snorted coldly, but did not say a word. In his heart, the samsara sect master was puzzled. 1 month ago, when Jian Wushuang had just entered the samsara heaven realm, He had informed the Flame Saint realm of the whereabouts of Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua. He had thought that the Flame Saint realm would make a move. The Flame Saint realm had even personally descended. However, a month had passed, and the Flame Saint realm had not made a single move. This made him feel very strange, but he did not dare to ask why. Now that Jian Wushuang had come out of the Samsara Heaven realm, he could only obediently let Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua leave. What on earth is the Flame Saint realm doing? Samsara Sect Master could only curse in his heart. If the Flame Saint realm did not show up, he could not avenge Dujia with the strength of the Samsara Sect alone. Jian Wushuang and the Demon Master Qinhua left the Samsara Sect without any obstacles or trouble. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to return to the patrol team temporarily, the old master, Ma-Yi, personally sent a message to him. "My friend, I've encountered some trouble. I'm afraid I can't invite my good friend here to perform the soul peeling." Ma-Yi's voice sounded a little melancholic. "Senior, what's going on?" Jian Wushuang frowned. He needed the help of a Void Sixth Realm expert who was very good at soul peeling to ensure that the soul peeling would not cause great harm to Lung Rushuang. He could ensure that Lung Rushuang's soul could be restored in the future. But how could Ma-Yi fail to invite this expert of the 6 realms of void who was very good at soul manipulation? To tell you the truth, after you left the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, I immediately tried to contact my good friend. Although she is still in seclusion, I first contacted the people around her and wanted to ask when she would come out of seclusion. But during this contact, I learned something. Ma-Yi said, "What is it?" Jian Wushuang asked immediately, "You know that my good friend has a grudge with you. So once my good friend finds out that it's your wife who will be stripped of her soul, she will never agree," Ma-Yi said. "A huge grudge with me?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. "Why do you have a grudge with me again? I admit that I have offended many experts during my rise, but I don't think they are everywhere." Jian Wushuang was a little angry. He had met the Samsara Sect master in the Samsara Sect, and he had indirectly killed his son Dujio. But now, the expert in the 6th realm of the Void realm that Ma-Yi had mentioned had a grudge against him? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Senior, who is your good friend? Jian Wushuang asked. Her name is De-Yi, and she is the current grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan, one of the 4 divine clans, Ma-Yi said. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then a bitter smile appeared on his face. No wonder you said you have a grudge against me. So it's her? Jian Wushuang had already understood. In fact, he should have guessed it long ago. There was only one expert of the 6 void realms who was good at soul manipulation, not to mention the 3 saint realms. The Nine-Tailed Clan was good at soul manipulation and charm. They were well known in the divine beginning realm and were exceptionally powerful. Jian Wushuang had killed the 9-temple saintess in the Blood Wave realm, who was the daughter of the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan. After Jian Wushuang left the Blood Wave realm, the 3 saint realms set up an inescapable net to kill him. During this process, the Nine-Tailed Clan also sent experts to kill him. At that time, Jian Wushuang met the 2 sisters of the 9-temple saintess, but the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan did not show up. Now, Jian Wushuang knew that the clan leader, the mother of the 9-temple saints, had been in closed-door cultivation all these years and had no contact with the outside world. Even if the 9-temple saintess died, she did not show up, but that did not mean that she did not care about her daughter's life. Once the grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan came out of seclusion, the first thing he would do would be to kill Jian Wushuang. On this basis, Jian Wushuang still wanted the grandmaster to strip his wife's soul? Was that possible? Even if the grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan and Ma-Yi were good friends and had an extraordinary relationship, the grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan would definitely not tolerate Jian Wushuang, who killed her daughter. The clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan has a great enmity with me. It's impossible for me to rely on her to peel off my wife's soul. It seems that I'll have to find another expert, Jian Wushuang muttered. I'm sorry, my young friend. I thought that my good friend would help, but now Ma Yi sent a message. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame me for provoking too many enemies. Jian Wushuang shrugged. Then he asked, Senior, do you know of any other experts in the sixth realm of the void who are good at soul manipulation? Ito know 2 of them, but they are very old. Whether they are still in the divine beginning realm is not the same. I can try to find them, but you'd better not pin all your hopes on me. You can ask the temporal temple to look for them. Maybe you can find them, said Mai. Chapter 30, 398. The Ninth Ancestor. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wushuang understood what Ma Yi meant. After communicating with Ma Yi, he immediately took out Temple Master Bai Xing's message token, an expert of the sixth realm of the void who specializes in the soul. Temple Master Bai Xing was a little surprised. Heavenly Sword Marquis, why are you asking this? Of course, it's something very important. Do you know about it, Temple Master Bai Xing? Jian Wushuang asked. There are not many experts of the 6 realms of the void in the divine beginning realm, and those who specialize in the soul are even rarer. One of them is the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Forget about the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan. I killed her daughter. There's no way to resolve the enmity between us, Jian Wushuang said. Aside from the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan, there's only one person I know who can fulfill your request, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Who is it? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. It's Spirit Ancestor from the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Temple Master Bai Xing said seriously, the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect is one of the 3 freedom alliances like our temporal temple. Its overall strength is huge, and there are many top experts. Spirit Ancestor is one of the top experts in the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. This Spirit Ancestor has long reached the level of the 6 states of the void, and it is said that she has already reached the peak of the 6 states of the void, and her best technique is soul attacks. Her attainments in the aspect of the soul are definitely one of the best in the entire divine beginning realm. Even compared to the Nine-Tailed Clan's Grandmaster, she is probably on par. She should be able to satisfy your request. However, this Spirit Ancestor has an extremely cold and aloof personality. She does not care about the affairs of the world. She is clearly one of the top experts of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect and has a very high status in the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. She has even obtained the title of Ancestor. However, there are no experts under her command. Therefore, among the 9 ancestors of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, the Spirit Ancestor is the weakest. She is basically an empty shell. It will be difficult for you to ask her for help. Hearing Temple Master Bai Xing's words, Jian Wushuang smiled. It's difficult, but it doesn't mean that there's no hope. It just so happens that I have some conflicts with the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. I had planned to go to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect when I had time, but now it's just in time. In that case, I'll go to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect now. Jian Wushuang did have some connection with the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. When Jian Wushuang was just a divine master in the Endless Territories, he entered the secret realm of a mysterious expert by chance. Is the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist Temple blood clan line under the rule of the Master Xue Bei. In the secret realm of heaven and earth of Xue Bei, Jian Wushuang had a great opportunity. Even the Peerless Sword Manual was created in the secret realm of heaven and earth of Xue Bei. He had promised Xue Bei that he would go to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect on his behalf. However, for various reasons, he had not gone before. This time, it was obvious that he had to go. Temple Master Bai Xing, please send me the information of the sects and experts of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, Jian Wushuang said. Wait a moment. In just a moment, Temple Master Bai Xing sent a large amount of information, and Jian Wushuang immediately began to browse through it. It's also one of the 3 Freedom Alliances, but there are so many factions in the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Jian Wushuang looked at the information and was secretly amazed. Although most of the forces or sects appeared to be an iron bucket, in fact, there were some internal struggles for benefits. It was the same for the sects of the weaker forces, but the internal struggles for benefits were even greater for the top forces and sections. For example, the 3 Saint Realms often fought against each other, but did the 3 Saint Realms not usually compete and kill each other? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. In the 3 Freedom Alliances, the Temporal Temple had too few experts and was always more united, so it was a bit special. It was only a competition for some small benefits and there were no factions. But the other 2 Freedom Alliances, like the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, also had 2 great factions. One of the great factions was led by the 3 Palace Masters of the Heaven Cleaving Palace, while the other great faction was led by the 2 famous heaven-severing divine generals of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. It was said that the 2 heaven-cleaving divine generals were both top experts at the 6th realm of the void. They also had many resources under their command. They could completely contend with the 3 Palace Masters of the Heaven Cleaving Palace. As for the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, there were even more factions. Among them, the famous 9 ancestors were the 9 largest factions. For these 9 ancestors to be able to be called ancestors, each of them had astonishing strength. The weakest were usually experts at the peak of the 5th level of the void, and a few of them had even reached the 6th level of the void. A total of 9 great factions coexisted, and it was very difficult to achieve absolute fairness in the distribution of some of the resources within the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. Thus, naturally, they had to compete and fight. Only the sect that was like Spirit Ancestor, which did not care about worldly affairs and did not have any experts under it, was special. The other 8 sects fought fiercely, including Shui Bai's Blood Ancestor sect. Among the 9 sects of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, 4 of them are the strongest and have experts of the 6 void realms overseeing them. The Blood Ancestor sect is one of them. Jian Wushuang read the message sent by Temple Master Bai Xing. If I want to go to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect and ask for the help of the Spirit Ancestor, I can go to the Blood Ancestor's branch and finish what Shui Bai asked me to do. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he took out another token, which belonged to his good friend Jiu Luo, Brother Heavenly Marquis. When did you remember me? Jiu Luo replied, Jiu Luo, you should be a disciple of the Tao Palace now, right? Jian Wushuang smiled. Jiu Luo came to the 3rd heaven with him through the White Bone Field. Later, because of Jiu Luo, Jian Wushuang had some dealings with the people of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Tam, although I am not a top-level disciple of the Tao Palace, my status is not bad, Jiu Luo said with a smile. Then you should be able to contact Bai Jiu for me, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. Why? Do you need something from Master Bai Jiu? Jiu Luo asked, puzzled. Yes, I need something from him. Give him the message token for me, Jian Wushuang said. Wait a moment, then. Jiu Luo quickly went to find Bai Jiu. Bai Jiu was a principal's master of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. He was also in charge of some matters of the Tao Palace. His status in the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect was not low. Jian Wushuang had not had much contact with the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect before. Among the only people he had interacted with, Bai Jiu was the strongest among them. Before long, Jiu Luo found Bai Jiu and handed him the message token. Chapter 30, 399. Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Haha, my dear Heavenly Marquis, it's hard to imagine that you would come to me with your current strength and status. What can I do for you? Bai Jiu was very humble and humble. He always remembered that when Jian Wushuang had just reached the first heaven, he was just a little guy who had just entered the true saint realm. Although he was very talented, he thought highly of him. However, he thought that Jian Wushuang would at most have a chance to challenge the principal's master. Unexpectedly, as time passed, Jian Wushuang's growth rate became more and more astonishing, and his fame in the divine beginning realm also grew, especially the battle on the Saha Island not long ago, which completely shocked the entire divine beginning realm. Until now, not to mention an ordinary principal's master like him, even in the entire divine ancestor Daoist sect, no one would dare to underestimate Jian Wushuang at all. Bai Ju was both delighted and proud that such a peerless genius had taken the initiative to send a message to him. Obviously, Jian Wushuang remembered him. "Mr. Bai Ju, I do have something to trouble you with," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse," Bai Ju said. "It's like this. For some special reasons, I need to go to the divine ancestor Daoist sect to meet one of the 9 ancestors, spirit ancestor, and ask her to help me," Jian Wushuang said. "You want to meet spirit ancestor? You need spirit ancestor's help?" Bai Ju was stunned. "Why? Is there a problem?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes, there is." Bai Ju said in a deep voice, "My dear heavenly Marquis, you may have heard that spirit ancestor is the most cold and difficult person to get along with when the 9 ancestors of the heaven ancestor Daoist sect are present. Sometimes she is completely unreasonable. With your current status, I'm afraid that no one dares to ignore you. However, spirit ancestor doesn't care who you are. No one can say for sure whether she will see you or not." "No, but I have to try anyway," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Well, how about this? I can go to the spirit ancestor's branch for you and see if the spirit ancestor is willing to meet you," Bai Ju said. "No need." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "In addition to meeting the spirit ancestor, I have to go to the blood ancestor's branch for some other things. So I'm going to the divine ancestors' Dao field no matter what. The reason I'm sending you a message now is that I hope you can tell the people of the blood ancestors' branch for me. Don't let me be turned away when I come to see you." Jian Wushuang had already been rejected twice, and each time he had been rejected directly. But he could not keep fighting his way in, could he? "That's easy." Bai Ju smiled and said, "How about this, my friend? You can come to the divine ancestor Daoist sect now. I will inform the blood ancestor lineage in advance, and then I will personally lead you to visit the blood clan." "Thank you for your help," Jian Wushuang said gratefully. After the transmission was cut off, Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Chenhua and asked, "Chenhua, are you interested in following me to the divine ancestor Daoist sect?" "Divine ancestor Daoist sect?" Demon Master Chenyuo's expression changed. It said that the 9 ancestors of the divine ancestor Daoist sect are all super experts. When the Amethyst Demon sect was alive, I had always yearned to fight with one of the 9 ancestors, but I never had the chance. Now that I have the chance, of course, I have to go. It would be even better if I could fight 1 or 2 of the 9 ancestors in the divine ancestor Daoist sect. "Haha, let's go then." Jian Wushuang laughed heartily and immediately left with Chenhua. The 3 freedom alliances of the divine beginning realm were widely recognized as the 3 overlords of ambition. To a certain extent, even the 3 saint realms were extremely fearful of the 3 freedom alliances. The 3 freedom alliances' lairs were also quite special. For example, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance directly occupied 2 huge stars as their lairs. Moreover, these 2 stars were forcefully refined by someone with great methods. They were not born naturally in the divine beginning realm. The temporal temple was synonymous with mystery. No one knew the exact location of their lairs. Even the experts of the temporal temple could only rely on special methods to enter their lairs. As for the appearance of the heavenly ancestor, his lair was also very unique. It was located on a floating piece of land outside the third heaven. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. This piece of land was a huge battlefield. Many years ago, the leader of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, the Heavenly Ancestor, had transferred it from the cosmic battlefield. In other words, this piece of land did not belong to the divine beginning realm. It belonged to the vast universe. Naturally, this land was very different from the other places in the divine beginning realm. The conditions for cultivation were much better than the other places in the divine beginning realm. The huge floating land was completely covered by a magnificent formation. At the front of the formation, besides many guards standing at the entrance, there were also 2 figures emitting magnificent auras standing there. They were both principal's masters. One of them was Baiju, who Jian Wushuang had sent a message to, and the other was Master Ku. Back in the Blood Wave realm, countless immortal saints fought for the opportunity of the Blood Wave realm. Master Ku was the strongest immortal saint in the divine ancestor Taoist sect. He had also received a Blood Wave token. From then on, he broke through to become the principal's master in the Blood Wave realm. My young friend, the Heavenly Marquis, has already sent me a message. He will arrive soon, said Baiju. Heavenly Sword Marquis! Hearing this name again, Master Ku's expression was extremely complicated. Previously in the Blood Wave realm, this Heavenly Sword Marquis was on equal footing with me. In the beginning, he was even much weaker than me. But now, although he is still an immortal saint, his strength has long surpassed mine. I really don't know how he cultivated. You don't have to be discouraged. I heard from your blood clan that you have already opened the heaven and earth secret realm. I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to complete it. Once you open the heaven and earth secret realm, you will gain another portion of the power of your will. That will be the ruler of the principles of the second realm of the void. Compared to my little friend, the difference isn't too big, Baiju said. How can it not be too different? 400 years ago, on the Saha Island, this Heavenly Sword Marquis could already fight against experts at the 4 void realms. Now that 400 years have passed, he must be even stronger. Master Ku curled his lips. Beside him, the guards of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect watched in astonishment as these 2 leisurely chatted. They were well aware of their strength and status in the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. Lord 100 Absolute and Master Ku are standing here at the same time. Clearly, they are waiting for someone. But who is it that made these 2 lords wait here? Those guards were extremely curious. Not long after, 2 human figures rushed over from the void in front of them. Chapter 3400, The Bloodline of the Blood Ancestor Coming. Baiju and Master Ku raised their heads. When they saw the 2 figures in front of them, they immediately went up to greet them. Haha, Heavenly Marca, it's good to see you again. Baiju laughed heartily. Brother Heavenly Marquis, how have you been? Master Ku also looked at Jian Wushuang. Master Ku. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. My dear Heavenly Marquis, Master Ku happens to be a member of the Blood Ancestor's bloodline. He has also interacted with you in the Blood Wave realm. Therefore, when I told the experts of the Blood Ancestor's bloodline about this, the Blood Ancestor's bloodline sent him to welcome you, Baiju said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. My young friend, may I know who's next to you? Baiju glanced at Demon Master Chenhua. He's my guard, Jian Wushuang said straightforwardly and did not introduce him too much. Guard. Baiju and Master Ku looked at Demon Master Chenhua seriously. Although the latter did not emit any aura, as an expert, their instincts told them that they could barely sense the enormous pressure emitted by Demon Master Chenhua. The one who could give them such great pressure was undoubtedly a very powerful expert. By the way, is the blood ancestor in the divine ancestor Dao field? Jian Wushuang asked. The blood ancestor has been wandering in the universe battlefield for years and has not returned for some time. Now the Master Ancient Wheel is in charge of many matters in the blood ancestor branch. After learning that you are coming to visit the blood ancestor branch, the Master Ancient Wheel has made preparations. Now, follow me to the blood ancestor branch to see the Master Ancient Wheel, Master Ku said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua entered the divine ancestor Daoist sect under the guidance of Master Ku. They headed toward the location of the blood ancestors' bloodline. As for Bai Ju, he followed along. The 9 ancestors of the divine ancestor Daoist sect were one of the 9 major sections. Each sect had a place to live in the divine ancestor Daoist sect. The blood ancestors' bloodline lived in a continuous mountain range with more than 10 towering peaks in the middle. Master Ku led Jian Wushuang to the largest peak. Brother Heavenly Marquis, that's where the blood ancestor lineage usually meets. The Master Ancient Wheel is already waiting inside. Let's go down, Master Ku said as he pointed to a towering palace below. Jian Wushuang nodded and followed Master Ku into the towering palace. In the palace, all the principals masters of the blood ancestor had gathered here, including Master Ku, because they knew that Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was very famous in the divine beginning realm, had come to pay a visit. There were 8 principals masters in total, led by a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache and a green robe. Brother Heavenly Marquis, this is the Master Ancient Wheel, Master Ku introduced. Hello, Master Ancient Wheel, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Haha, I've long heard that you're the #1 genius in the history of the divine beginning realm, but I've never had the chance to meet you. But today, I'm finally fortunate enough to meet you. Master Ancient Wheel smiled, but his voice was a bit rough. Master Ancient Wheel, you're too polite. To be honest, I came here today because I promised someone that I would pass some things to an expert of the blood ancestors' bloodline for him, Jian Wushuang said. Oh. Master Ancient Wheel's expression changed. I wonder who the person that you promised is. His name is Shuebei. If I'm not mistaken, he should also be the principal's master of your blood ancestors' bloodline, Jian Wushuang said. Shuebei. Master Shuebei. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. In the hall, the principal's masters of the blood ancestors' bloodline instantly became restless. Master Shuebei, are you saying that the Master Shuebei asked you to come to our blood ancestors' bloodline? Have you met Shuebei? Master Ancient was obviously a little anxious. Yes, I've met him, but I've only seen his consciousness. As for his original body, it's already dead, Jian Wushuang said. Dead. Master Ancient Wheel and the others were not surprised by this result. Many years ago, when they received Shuebei's last message, they had guessed that Shuebei had died. However, they did not know that Shuebei had left a consciousness behind. Shuebei is one of the top combat strength of our blood ancestors' lineage. In terms of strength, he has already grasped a total of 5 portions of the power of will. Even among the principles of the 5 levels of the void, he can be considered relatively strong. Back then, he even dared to venture into the universe battlefield alone and even obtained many opportunities from it. However, he seemed to have obtained some special fortuitous encounter during his adventure in the universe battlefield, which led to him being targeted. When he returned to the divine beginning realm, he was immediately surrounded and killed by a mysterious expert. He was also killed during that encirclement. Although my blood ancestor lineage received his distress message at the first moment because he chose to enter the divine beginning realm from a remote location, he arrived in the Endless Territory after arriving in the divine beginning realm. The Endless Territory is too big and far away from the third heaven. Even if the heaven ancestor Dao sect sent experts to rescue him as soon as possible, We still couldn't save him in time, Master Ancient Will sighed. The principals, masters of the Heaven Ancestor Tao sect, also had ugly expressions on their faces. Shui Bai's death was a great loss to the Heaven Ancestor Tao sect. It was a great loss even to the entire Heaven Ancestor Tao field. Jian Wushuang also knew that Shui Bai had indeed obtained a special opportunity in the universe battlefield. He had also discovered a special space-time that was extremely mysterious. Even with Shui Bai's strength, he could not see much of it. It was very likely that there would be a great opportunity during the period. Shui Bai had recorded the location of the special space-time with a star map, and Shui Bai had given the star map to Jian Wushuang on the spot. After hearing what the Master Ancient Will said, Jian Wushuang could not help but guess that it was because of the star map that Shui Bai was targeted and killed. Master Ancient Wheel, I did see Shui Bai's secret realm in the Endless Territory, and I also saw his consciousness. At the same time, I also got some opportunities from him. As a condition, I promised him to give this interspatial ring to the experts of the blood ancestor lineage. Jian Wushuang reached out his hand. He took out an interspatial ring. This interspatial ring was given to him by Shui Bai. Jian Wushuang had guessed that it was Shui Bai's lives accumulation, but he did not take the initiative to look at it. Even though he could easily break the seal, Shui Bai left in the interspatial ring with his current strength. Jian Wushuang did not break the seal. After all, the interspatial ring was left by Shui Bai to the blood ancestor bloodline. Jian Wushuang did not have the slightest intention of coveting it. Even if there was a world-shaking supreme treasure inside, he would not be tempted. Chapter 3401. Troubled Jian Wushuang did not care about the interspatial ring, but the bloodline of the divine ancestor was different. The heavenly Tao was divided into 9 sections. Because there were many sects, there were not many of them. Especially at this time, the bloodline of the blood ancestor needed sufficient resources. What Jian Wushuang brought was the interspatial ring left by Shui Bai. It was a lifetime collection of treasures by an expert of the 5 void realms. It was definitely a timely help to the blood ancestor bloodline. Indeed, after Jian Wushuang took out the interspatial ring, Master Ancient Will immediately took it. When he saw that the seal left by Shui Bai was still intact, he was even more delighted. When he broke the seal on the interspatial ring, after checking the things left inside, the smile on Master Ancient Wheel's face completely appeared. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, I've troubled you this time. On behalf of the entire blood ancestor's bloodline, am extremely grateful to you, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. The Master Ancient Will said with some excitement, There's no need to thank me. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. If you really want to thank me, Shui Bai has helped me a lot. If it weren't for him, my growth wouldn't have been so fast. As for bringing this interspatial ring to the blood ancestor's bloodline, it's just a piece of cake for me. That's true. But without you, I'm afraid that the blood ancestor's bloodline would never have been able to get what Shui Bai left behind, said Master Ancient Wheel. Let's not talk about this. Jian Wushuang changed the topic. Master Ancient Wheel, apart from handing this interspatial ring to your blood ancestor's bloodline, I also have a favor to ask. Please feel free to tell me. Master Ancient Will appeared to be quite enthusiastic. Well, I have a very important matter to ask for the help of Spirit Ancestor from the Heaven Ancestor Taoist sect. But I heard that Spirit Ancestor is a reclusive person, and it's very difficult for me to see her, let alone ask for her help. If I ask for her help directly, I'm afraid she might not respond to me. Therefore, I'd like to ask Master Ancient Will to take a trip for me, Jian Wushuang said. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, do you want the Blood Ancestors branch to invite Spirit Ancestor? Master Ancient Will looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Master Ancient Wheel frowned, and the principals masters of the Blood Ancestors branch looked at each other in dismay. From their expressions, it was obvious that they were in a difficult position. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, since you know that Spirit Ancestor is a reclusive person who doesn't care about worldly affairs, and she doesn't have much contact with the Blood Ancestors branch, and she has never owed the Blood Ancestors branch anything, I'm afraid it's difficult to ask her to do a favor for the Blood Ancestors branch, Master Ancient Will said. Oh! Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Of course, whether or not Spirit Ancestor does it for the sake of the Blood Ancestors bloodline. I'll send a message to her personally to give it a try. But I can't guarantee the result, said Master Ancient Wheel. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew that even if the Blood Ancestors' bloodline made an appearance, Spirit Ancestor might not necessarily do it for the sake of face. But in any case, it was better for the Blood Ancestors' bloodline to make an appearance than for him to directly ask for an audience. Wait a moment, I'll send a message to ask for you now. Master Ancient Will began to send a message in the hall. However, Master Ancient Will was not the Blood Ancestor after all, so he did not have a message token to contact Spirit Ancestor directly. He could only contact a maid who was with Spirit Ancestor. To be sent a message to the maid of Spirit Ancestor. She will report to Spirit Ancestor now, but we have to wait for a while, Master Ancient Will said. It's okay. I'll wait here, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, it's rare for you to come to the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. Why don't you have a seat? Master Ancient Will said with a smile. Someone take a look at the tea. Soon the tea was served. Jian Wushuang sat in the hall with the many principals, masters of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. They would occasionally exchange a few words while drinking tea. During this process, Jian Wushuang discovered one thing. The principals, masters of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, looked somewhat worried. Master Ancient Wheel, did something happen in the Blood Ancestors' bloodline recently? Why do you all look worried? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, Master Ancient Will hesitated for a moment and then said, To tell you the truth, sir, the Blood Ancestors' lineage has encountered a lot of trouble recently. Oh, tell me about it. Jian Wushuang was interested. Sir, I think you know the internal structure of the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect. Although it's one of the 3 Freedom Alliances, there are many factions in the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect. There are a total of 9 factions, although these factions have been competing with the outside world. They are constantly competing with each other. Their goal is to get more resources so that they can become stronger. Master Ancient Will began to explain. And among these 9 factions, 4 of them have always been the strongest. My Blood Ancestor lineage is one of the 4 strongest factions. Not only do we have the Blood Ancestor standing at the very top, who has already reached the peak of the 6th level of the Void, but the principals masters under us are also extremely powerful. Although there isn't a second expert of the 6th level of the Void, there are a total of 3 experts of the 5th level of the Void. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Because the higher-ups are so powerful, our Blood Ancestor lineage has always been very powerful among the 9 lineages. We have also occupied a lot of resources. However, an accident happened not long ago. First, one of the 3 Void 5-level experts, Shuai Bei, died. This made our Blood Ancestor lineage a great fighting force. Not long after, when the other Void 5-level expert of our Blood Ancestor lineage was adventuring in the universe battlefield, he encountered a sudden crisis and died in the universe battlefield. This was equivalent to 2 of the 3 Void 5-level experts of our Blood Ancestor lineage dying, leaving only me alive. He sighed. Master Ancient Will continued. Even if these 2 died, as long as the Blood Ancestor is still alive, our Blood Ancestor bloodline is still very powerful. However, the Blood Ancestor has been wandering in the universe battlefield. Not long ago, he encountered some trouble while wandering in a special dangerous land and was temporarily trapped there. He could not escape for a short period of time, So naturally, he could not come back from the universe battlefield. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he suddenly understood. The various sects in the divine ancestor Taoist sect were fighting for resources. At this time, the blood ancestor bloodline, which was originally very powerful, had suddenly lost 2 experts of the 5th void realm. Even the blood ancestor, its pillar, was trapped in the universe battlefield. They could not escape for the time being. At this time, the blood ancestor bloodline only had the support of Master Ancient Wheel. And how could the other factions of the divine ancestor Taoist sect give up this rare opportunity? Chapter 3402. Spirit Ancestor. Without 2 experts of the 5th level of the void, the blood ancestor is temporarily unable to return to the divine beginning realm. With just me supporting him, the position of my blood ancestor's lineage will naturally be shaken. The 3 great factions that were on equal footing with my blood ancestor's lineage also took the opportunity to make trouble. During this period of time, my blood ancestor's lineage has been at a disadvantage in many battles against these 3 great factions. Up until now, many of the resources that we occupied were territories, and we have been forced to give up quite a few of them. However, this is not the end. During this period of time, the nether ancestor lineage of the 4 strongest factions has secretly schemed against the blood ancestor lineage. They want to compete with the blood ancestor lineage for an extremely important territory. The blood ancestor lineage is currently thinking of how to deal with it, Master Ancient Will said. From his words, Jian Wushuang could tell that he had no solution. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there were all kinds of conflicts of interest in any major force, which could not be avoided. The root of all these interests was one's own strength. Only when one's strength was strong enough could one earn more resources. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, it's all thanks to you that Shui Bai's interspatial ring has returned. The treasures in the interspatial ring are of great use to my blood ancestors' bloodline now. It can be considered to have solved our urgent problem, Master Ancient Will said. You're too kind, Master Ancient Wheel. Jian Wushuang smiled, but he began to ponder in his heart. Senior Shui Bai was a great benefactor to me. Without the opportunity he gave me back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get to where I am today in such a short period of time. Back then, Senior Shui Bai said that if I saw that the blood ancestor's bloodline was in trouble, I would help if I could. Jian Wushuang did not have much of a relationship with the blood ancestor's bloodline, but Shui Bai had indeed helped him a lot back then. Moreover, he had obtained Shui Bai's mantle. In fact, he could be considered Shui Bai's successor. Now that the blood ancestor's bloodline was in trouble, Jian Wushuang did not mind helping them if he could. Of course, this was only if he could really help them. After chatting for a while, Master Ancient Will suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, it seems that you're quite a big man. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked at Master Ancient Wheel and asked, Has Spirit Ancestor replied? Yes, the Maid of Spirit Ancestor has sent a message. She said that Spirit Ancestor is willing to see you and wants me to take you there now, Master Ancient Will said. Then let's not waste any time. I'll ask Master Ancient Wheel to lead the way. Jian Wushuang stood up with joy on his face. He had known that Spirit Ancestor was cold and aloof and might not meet him. He had been worried because if Spirit Ancestor was unwilling to meet him, he would have to think of other ways. But now it seemed that he was lucky that Spirit Ancestor was willing to meet him. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, come with me. Ancient Will Master led Jian Wushuang to the place where Spirit Ancestor lived. Spirit Ancestor was cold and aloof. Although she was an ancestor of the divine ancestor Taoist sect and a member of a big faction, she did not have any experts under her command. The place where she lived was not as grand as the blood ancestors. She only lived in a bamboo forest near the edge. Deep in the bamboo forest, the river was very quiet. Except for Spirit Ancestor and her handmaidens, no one would come here normally. But today, Master Ancient Will brought Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua to the outside of the bamboo forest. As soon as they arrived, a green-robed woman came up to them. "Miss Lu Er, I have brought the Heavenly Sword Marquis here," Master Ancient Wheel introduced with a smile. "You are Heavenly Sword Marquis?" The green-robed woman looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes, I am." Jian Wushuang nodded with a humble expression. He could see that although the green-robed woman was only a maid under spirit ancestors' command, her cultivation had reached the level of Principal's master. Moreover, judging from the vague pressure coming from her body, the woman's strength was at least at the 4th realm of the void, and it was possible that she had reached the 5th realm. How dare a Principal's master with such great strength be willing to be a servant of spirit ancestor? Jian Wushuang's expression was rather strange. Master has instructed that Heavenly Sword Marquis is alone. The others can leave first or wait outside the bamboo forest, the green-robed woman said. "Mr. Heavenly Marquis, there are still some things that we have to deal with in the blood ancestor lineage, so I'll go back first," Master Ancient Will said and left. Naturally, Qinhua stayed outside the bamboo forest to wait for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was led by the green-robed woman into the bamboo forest and soon arrived at the center of the bamboo forest. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. In the center of the bamboo forest, there was a clear and bottomless immortal lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a small island with a simple courtyard and a bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, a black-robed woman was sitting there calmly. Her eyes were staring at the lake in front of her without blinking, as if she had fallen into deep thought. Even if Jian Wushuang and the green-clothed woman walked closer, the black-clothed woman did not react at all. "Master, Heavenly Sword Marquis is here," the green-clothed woman said softly. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed woman slowly turned her head to look at Jian Wushuang. Her delicate appearance was not absolutely beautiful, but it had a unique flavor. The black-clothed woman's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. "She is the spirit ancestor." Jian Wushuang looked at the black-clothed woman in front of him. The moment his eyes met the black-clothed woman's, Jian Wushuang felt a burst of astonishment in the depths of his soul. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely wonderful feeling. The spirit ancestor's attainments in the soul are extraordinary. Her every move can easily erode a person's soul. Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked. If it were any other cultivator, even if they were stronger than Jian Wushuang, they would have to be careful when facing the spirit ancestor because the soul attack was silent and did not allow for the slightest reaction. If they were not careful, their souls might be destroyed or they would no longer belong to them. However, Jian Wushuang was different. Because of his different physique, the thing that Jian Wushuang was most afraid of was the soul attack. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings to spirit ancestor." Jian Wushuang bowed humbly. "A saint dares to look directly into my eyes without any fear." "You are quite capable," the black-clothed woman said softly. "You flatter me, spirit ancestor," Jian Wushuang said. "Tell me, why did you come to me?" Spirit ancestor had already averted her eyes from Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3403. Conditions to tell you the truth. "I have a favor to ask of you, spirit ancestor," Jian Wushuang said directly. "Tell me." Spirit ancestor did not refuse at once. Jian Wushuang told her about his wife's soul stripping. Spirit ancestor raised her head slightly and asked, "Are you going to do the soul stripping for your wife?" "Yes, but the soul stripping is not a trivial matter. If I'm not careful, my wife's soul might be hurt. Therefore, I have to ask an expert like you, who has a higher attainment in soul manipulation, to do it personally," Jian Wushuang said. "You're right. The soul stripping is not a trivial matter, especially since the person is your wife. You must be careful. If I do it personally with the help of the old Valley Master of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, I don't dare to say that I won't hurt your wife's soul, but I'm at least 99% sure, Spirit Ancestor said. That's why I came to the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect and asked you to help me. Of course, if you have any conditions, just say the word, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, just say the word? Young man, you sure talk big. Spirit Ancestor sneered. I do have something that has troubled me for countless years, but can you do it? Spirit Ancestor, you can tell me, Jian Wushuang said. Fave an enemy who won't stop until he's dead. I've wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces for a long time, but I haven't been able to do it. If you have the ability, can you kill him for me? Spirit Ancestor glanced at Jian Wushuang. An enemy? Jian Wushuang frowned. He knew very well that Spirit Ancestor was a very powerful expert of the 6 void realms who was good at the soul. He was also one of the highest-ranking people in the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect and had the title of Ancestor. He was the enemy of such an expert. Moreover, for so many years, Spirit Ancestor had been unable to do anything to him. How could he be an ordinary character? Although he knew that the other party's identity and strength were definitely not ordinary. Jian Wushuang still asked. But I wonder who the person Spirit Ancestor is talking about is? His name is Northern Borer. As for his identity, you can ask someone from your temporal temple, Spirit Ancestor said. Jian Wushuang immediately sent a message to Temple Master Baixing, and he received an answer in just a moment. Northern Borer, one of the 4 divine clans, the clan leader of the Blood Clan? A trace of shock flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Although he knew that his identity was extraordinary, he did not expect him to have such a great background. In the divine beginning realm, apart from the 3 freedom alliances, the 4 divine clans in the 3rd heaven were the strongest among the overlords of the 3 saint realms. Each of the 4 divine races was extremely ancient. It was said that they had existed since the birth of the divine realm. Because they were a special race, each of the 4 divine races was very talented. Although they could not be compared to the special life forms, they were very rare in the divine realm. Jian Wushuang had only met 2 or 3 of them, but the 4 divine races were a huge race. Among the 4 great divine clans, the Nine-Tailed Clan was the one that Jian Wushuang had really interacted with. The Nine-Tailed Clan had sent experts to kill him, and there were more than a dozen principals masters in the clan. From this, one could see how powerful the Nine-Tailed Clan was. However, according to what Jian Wushuang knew, the Nine-Tailed Clan seemed to be at the bottom of the 4 great divine clans. It could even be said that they were the weakest clan. The Ancient Clan and the Blood Ancestor were the 2 strongest divine clans. Their overall strength was much more terrifying than that of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Blood Clan, in my previous life, the one who caused the huge waves in the 10,000 chaotic worlds, was one of the Blood Emperors of the Blood Clan. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. From his previous life, he knew that the Blood Clan was very strong. But now, the person whom Spirit Ancestor said he wanted to kill was actually the clan leader of the Blood Clan? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. The clan leader was not something that a mere Blood Emperor could compare to. He was one of the pillars of the Blood Clan. First of all, to be able to become the clan leader of the Blood Clan, that Northern Borer had to be at least a super expert of the 6 states of the void. He had even reached the peak of the 6 states of the void. Just like the Chenhua, he was not far from the limit. Such a super expert. Even if a Saint Realm Master personally made a move, he might not have absolute confidence in being able to kill him, right? If he was alone, what more the powerful and powerful Blood Clan behind him? Why, are you frightened by my name? Spirit Ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang mockingly. It's not that I'm frightened, but as the clan leader of the Blood Clan, it's not easy to kill Northern Borer unless a master of the Saint Realm or master-level expert is involved, Jian Wushuang said. Humph, if it were that easy to kill, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need you? Spirit Ancestor snorted. He continued. In short, I've given you the conditions. As long as you kill the northern borer, I'm willing to follow you and be your slave. Not to mention stripping your wife's soul. I don't care about any other conditions. Jian Wushuang's frown deepened. He could tell that Spirit Ancestor and the northern borer had a deep-seated hatred. Otherwise, Spirit Ancestor would not have so much killing intent toward him. He even said that he was willing to be a slave. Ace, a mighty Spirit Ancestor, an expert of the 6 void realms. He was willing to be a slave only to kill the northern borer. One could imagine how much hatred he had. However, this condition was indeed too harsh in Jian Wushuang's eyes. You can leave now. When you can kill the northern borer, you can come to me. Otherwise, you can find other experts in the 6 realms of void who are good at soul. At the very least, you can find some inferior experts. Experts in the 5 realms of void might be able to do soul peeling, but the risk is slightly higher. Spirit Ancestor smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang's heart tightened. Find another expert? Although the divine beginning realm was huge, there were only a few experts in the 6 void realms. Among them, there were only 2 experts who specialized in the soul. One was the clan leader of the 9-tailed clan, and the other was Spirit Ancestor, the clan leader of the 9-tailed clan, could not help him. If Spirit Ancestor did not help him, how could he find a 3rd expert? As for Spirit Ancestor's suggestion of finding a weaker expert of the 5th void realm who was good at soul, it was even more impossible. Although it was possible, the risks involved were too great. Even if a few experts of the 5th void realm who were good at soul helped him, there was only an 80% chance that his wife's soul would not be damaged at all. Although it seemed to be a very good chance, what if it was a 1 in a million chance? After all, it was his wife who had to undergo the soul stripping, and not anyone else. Although there was only a 20% risk, Jian Wushuang did not dare to take it. Chapter 3404, Scheming, Understood, Goodbye. Jian Wushuang bowed and left. After Jian Wushuang left, the green-robed woman who had brought him into the bamboo forest spoke. Master, as you guessed, Heavenly Sword Marquis must have come to ask you for help because of his soul. Humph. I am in this bamboo forest and do not care about worldly affairs. I have almost no contact with the outside world, and I have nothing to do with this Heavenly Sword Marquis. He came to me naturally because he has something to ask of me. And with his status, if it was a normal matter, he could easily solve it. Even if it was a void 6 realm expert, he should be able to invite him. But since he came to me, it means that the problem he wants me to help solve is something that ordinary void 6 realm experts can't solve. Then naturally it can only be a matter of the soul. Spirit Ancestor sneered. What Master said is extremely true. However, can the conditions set by Master be achieved by the Heavenly Sword Marquis? No matter what, he is only a saint, right? The green-robed woman said. It is true that he is a saint, but don't forget that when he was on the Saha Island, he was only at the saint level when he single-handedly injured the flamed Saint Master and the Sorcerer God. Of course, he used some special methods, but it still can explain a lot of problems, Spirit Ancestor said calmly. To be always been very accurate in judging people. This Heavenly Sword Marquis was able to make such a big name in the divine beginning realm as a saint, so he's definitely not ordinary. His background, his talent, and his potential in the future are simply not what we can imagine. Especially just now when he faced me directly. He even dared to look directly into my eyes. During that time, I didn't feel the slightest bit of fear from him. I know that I'm best at the soul, and I can silently annihilate a cultivator's soul. But this Heavenly Sword Marquis doesn't seem to be worried at all. It's as if even if I secretly attack him, I won't be able to cause him any harm. This confidence and boldness is something that even many powerful void 5th stage experts don't possess. Other than that, there's also the most important point. Which point? The green-robed woman looked over. Is the 3 great saint realms. They really place too much importance on him. A rare smile actually appeared on the Spirit Ancestor's face. The three great saint realms are such high and mighty existences. Yet, in order to kill a little fellow at the level of a saint, they actually went to such great lengths. Even the three great saint masters, and even the sorcerer god, made a move. How much importance do they place on him? To be able to make the three great saint realms disregard everything, it can only mean one thing. The three great saint realms sensed an incomparably great threat from this little fellow. This threat is something that no one can compare to. Even our divine ancestor Daoist sect and the other two great freedom alliances are far from being able to force the three great saint realms to make such a big move. Even the three great saint realms are like this. That northern boar is only the blood clan's grandmaster. In front of the three great saint realms, what is he? Is that so? The green-robed woman nodded heavily. She clearly understood in her heart. Northern boar, wish I could tear him into pieces. Unfortunately, his strength and identity are all there. If I wanted to kill him, it would be too difficult. I can't ask a ruler-level expert to help. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis can be said to be my last chance. I don't hope that Sword Heavenly Marquis can rush to the Blood Clan and kill Northern Boar right now. But since he wants me to help him strip his wife's soul, then for his wife's sake, he will definitely work hard. As long as he has enough strength, he will definitely help. Spirit Ancestor smiled faintly. But Master, what if that Heavenly Sword Marquis invites another Void 6-stage expert who specializes in the soul? The green-robed woman asked with a frown. Haha, how can it be that easy? Spirit Ancestor's smile grew even wider. To strip a cultivator of his soul without harming his soul in the slightest. To allow him to have the foundation to completely recover. The ability to control his soul is extremely high. The slightest carelessness will only result in the annihilation of his soul. The person that Heavenly Sword Marquis wants to strip his soul is his wife. He absolutely does not dare to take the slightest risk. He must have absolute confidence before taking action. Although I don't care about the affairs of the world, I have a deep understanding of the experts in the divine beginning realm. In the divine beginning realm, there are only two people who have absolute confidence in doing this. One of them is me, and the other is the Grand Master of the Nine-Tailed Clan. However, the Heavenly Sword Marquis has a grudge with the Grand Master of the Nine-Tailed Clan for killing his daughter. The Grand Master can't help him, so I'm the only one left. That is to say, apart from me, he can't find anyone else who can help his wife complete the soul stripping without taking any risks. If he wants to hire me, he must first kill the Northern Boar. Hearing the words of Spirit Ancestor, the green-robed woman was also stunned. She did not expect that her master, who usually did not care about the affairs of the world, was actually very good at scheming. When Jian Wushuang came to visit the divine ancestor Daoist sect, her master had already planned everything. Even Jian Wushuang had to find a way to fulfill her master's conditions for his wife. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Outside the bamboo forest, Jian Wushuang walked out, but his expression was not very good. What's wrong? Did the discussion with Spirit Ancestor not go well? Demon Master Qinhua came over to greet him. It's not that it didn't go well. Spirit Ancestor agreed to help, but her conditions were a little too harsh. Jian Wushuang frowned and then briefly recounted his conversation with Spirit Ancestor. Kill the Blood Clan Grandmaster. When he heard the conditions set by Spirit Ancestor, Demon Master Qinhua could not help but be stunned. This Spirit Ancestor is really daring. The Blood Clan Patriarch's strength is probably not inferior to mine. Moreover, he has the entire Blood Clan behind him. Even a Saint Realm Master would not have absolute confidence in killing him. That's right, but that's Spirit Ancestor's only condition. It seems that there must be a great hatred between him and the clan leader of the Blood Clan. Let me ask Temple Master Bai Xing first. Jian Wushuang immediately sent a message to Temple Master Bai Xing. Soon he received the result from Temple Master Bai Xing. No wonder Spirit Ancestor wanted to kill Northern Borer. It turns out that the clan leader of the Blood Clan once killed Spirit Ancestor's Dao partner. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. According to Temple Master Bai Xing, Spirit Ancestor once had a Dao partner and they were very loving. However, during an experiential learning together, they encountered the Northern Borer, who had not yet become the Blood Clan Grandmaster at that time. In order to fight for the treasure, their husband was killed by the Northern Borer. Spirit Ancestor was almost mad because of this. Chapter 3405. 100 Battle Platform. It was reported that after the incident, the Spirit Ancestor had carried out a crazy revenge on the Northern Borer and even the Blood Clan, killing many of the Blood Clan's experts. However, the Northern Borer had been living well, and in the end, the Northern Borer had become the Blood Clan's Grandmaster. Although the Spirit Ancestor's strength had increased greatly at this time, and he had become the first ancestor in the Divine Ancestor Dao sect, he still could not kill the Northern Borer and avenge the husband. Even after so many years, the hatred that Spirit Ancestor had for the Northern Borer had not weakened at all. Now we're in trouble, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. According to Temple Master Bai Xing, among the experts in the 6 void realms known to the Temporal Temple, only the clan leader of the 9-tailed clan is good at souls. If even the Temporal Temple only knows about these 2 people, I'm afraid that only these 2 people in the divine beginning realm can satisfy my requirements. The Grandmaster of the 9-tailed clan can't help me. Spirit Ancestor can help me, but the conditions. Jian Wushuang also felt that this matter was very tricky. If he wanted to ask Spirit Ancestor to help him, he had to kill the Northern Borer. But the Northern Borer was obviously not easy to kill. There's no need to rush. Senior Hemp E and I have already made an agreement. The soul stripping will definitely be carried out, but it will take some time. After all, I can't kill the Northern Borer now. However, if I can't kill it now, it doesn't mean that I won't have a chance in the future. As long as I improve my strength or break through to become a rule master, then I can join hands with Qinhua and design a plan to kill it. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He could only wait until he was stronger. It was obviously impossible to kill the Northern Borer now. The Blood Clan, one of the 4 divine clans, the Blood Clan. The lair of the Blood Clan is in the 3rd heaven. It seems that I have to go to the 3rd heaven as soon as possible after I understand the situation here, Jian Wushuang thought. The 3rd heaven was not only the lair of the Blood Clan, but also the 4 divine clans and the 3 saint realms. Previously, Jian Wushuang had many misgivings about that place and did not dare to enter it easily. But now, although he still had some misgivings, he was not as timid as before. Moreover, his parents and relatives in this life were in the 3rd heaven. Miss Shower, whom he had encountered and formed an alliance with, was also in the 3rd heaven. He had always been curious about the identity of Miss Shower. Naturally, he needed to know more about this matter. Qinhua, let's go, Jian Wushuang said. Where are we going? Demon Master Qinhua asked. We'll go to the Blood Ancestors' bloodline first and greet them, Jian Wushuang said, and the 2 flew directly toward the mountain range where the Blood Ancestors' bloodline lived. However, as soon as they arrived at the range of the mountain range, they saw a large number of people gathering in the void in front of them. There's so many people, and there are many rule masters. More than half of them are not from the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. What's going on? Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the void in front of him. There were obviously 3 groups of people. One of them was naturally from the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, with Ancient Wheel Master as the leader. Many Principles Masters had shown up. The other group consisted of 10 Principles Masters. 2 of them were in the lead. Judging from the aura and power they emitted, they seemed to have reached the level of the 5th void realm. The 2 groups stood in the center, above the Blood Ancestors' residence in the void. It was obvious that they were fighting each other. The last group of people stood on both sides, talking and laughing. They were obviously neutral spectators. Among these spectators, Jian Wushuang also saw the existence of Baiju. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks, Mr. Baiju. Jian Wushuang immediately sent a message to Baiju. After a while, Baiju had arrived in front of Jian Wushuang. My young friend, you came out from the spirit ancestor? Baiju still looked quite humble. I just came out. I wanted to say hello to the blood ancestor and leave, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Mr. Baiju, what's going on? Jian Wushuang asked. What else could it be? It's just two factions fighting for each other's interests. Besides the Blood Ancestors faction, the other faction is from the Nether Ancestors faction. During this period, the Blood Ancestors faction and the Nether Ancestors faction have been fighting over a territory. Both sides know their limits. But today, the Nether Ancestors faction actually came knocking on our door, Baiju said. Knock on the door? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Is not a rare thing. There are many sects in the bloodline of the divine ancestor. There are often conflicts and fights among the major sections. It's normal for them to fight each other, but as long as they know their limits and don't make a big mess, it's fine. It's also common for one sect to block the door of another, but the one being knocked on the door is, after all, the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Baiju sighed. The bloodline of the blood ancestor is one of the four major sects of the divine ancestor Taoist sect. All along, he was the only one who fought at the gate of other sections who dares to come to the residence of the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Unfortunately, the bloodline of the blood ancestor has lost several top experts in recent years. Even the blood ancestor is trapped in the universe battlefield and can't come back for the time being. The bloodline of the blood ancestor is not as powerful as before. That's why the bloodline of the Nether ancestor dares to do this. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had heard about the trouble the blood ancestor's bloodline had encountered recently. However, he did not expect the trouble to be so big that the other sects had directly attacked them. Jian Wushuang was listening to Baiju's narration. At this moment, the leader of the Nether Ancestors faction, an expert of the 5 realms of the void, let out a low roar. Ancient Wheel, since you and I have different opinions and can't come to a conclusion, there's no need to continue arguing. Let's go to the 100 battle platforms. Yes, let's go to the 100 battle platforms. The experts of the Nether Ancestor faction also echoed, but when they heard the words 100 battle platforms, the principals masters of the Blood Ancestor faction, including Master Ancient Wheel, had ugly expressions and fell silent for a moment. Mr. Baiju, what is this 100 battle arena? Jian Wushuang asked. The 100 battle arena is a battlefield in the divine ancestor Taoist sect for experts to spar with each other. Under normal circumstances, if the factions in the divine ancestor Taoist sect can't come to a conclusion due to a verbal dispute, they will go to the 100 battle arena and rely on their strength to solve the problem. If the two factions go to the 100 battles platform, they will each choose 3 experts to fight in 3 matches. 2 out of 3 wins, and the one that wins will naturally get the victory, Baiju explained. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Chapter 34:06 The successor of the Shui Bei. No wonder the experts of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline kept silent when they heard about the 100 battle arena. Jian Wushuang said softly, There's nothing we can do about it. In the past, the Blood Ancestors' bloodline would never be afraid of fighting the Ghost Ancestors' bloodline, even if they went to the 100 battle arena. However, over the years, the Blood Ancestors' bloodline has lost a lot of its top-notch battle strength. Now, among the remaining experts of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, only the Master Ancient Wheel, who is in the 5th realm of the void, can fight on the 100 battle arena. On the other hand, the ghost ancestor's bloodline alone has 2 experts in the 5th realm of the void, and there are also experts at the peak of the 4th realm of the void, not to mention the ghost ancestor, who has reached the 6th realm. It can be said that the blood ancestor's bloodline has almost no chance of winning if they fight on the 100 battle platforms. Baiju said, "No chance of winning? That's not necessarily true." Jian Wushuang smiled and then rushed forward with Demon Master Qinhua. In the void, most of the experts of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline sneered and spoke aggressively. What? Ancient Will doesn't dare to go up to the 100 battle platforms. Haha, as a member of the Blood Ancestors' lineage, could it be that he doesn't even have the courage to go up to the 100 battle platforms? No matter how much you say, it's useless. If you have the ability, go up to the 100 battle platforms and fight it out. Low shouts entered the ears of Master Ancient Wheel, and his body trembled slightly. He was also very angry. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to agree to 100 battle platforms with the Nether Ancestor. At this moment, Master Ancient Wheel, isn't it just 100 battle platforms? Just agree to them. A hearty laughter rang out beside Master Ancient Wheel, and Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua appeared beside him. Mr. Heavenly Marquis? Master Ancient Wheel looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. The experts of the Nether Ancestors' lineage naturally saw the appearance of Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua. Among the 2 leading experts of the 5 void realms, one of them, a golden-haired burly man who was more than 2 meters tall, swept his gaze over and said, "Who are you?" "I'm talking to Ancient Wheel. You don't have the right to interrupt. Get out." As the golden-haired burly man let out a low growl, the aura and pressure of an expert of the 5 void realms came directly toward Jian Wushuang. The golden-haired man could tell at a glance that Jian Wushuang was just an immortal saint, so he did not take him seriously at all. Moreover, he was talking to Ancient Will now. Even some weaker principles' masters were not qualified to speak, but Jian Wushuang came to interrupt him. Of course, he did not want to berate and oppress him directly. However, he did not expect that the pressure of the 5th void realm pressed down on the immortal saint in front of him, but the latter still looked calm as if he was not affected at all. At this moment, Jian Wushuang turned around and glanced at the blond man. "My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, but who are you?" Jian Wushuang said it casually. However, when he said his name, the principal's masters of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline and the surrounding cultivators who were watching were shocked. The entire void was in an uproar. "Xian Master, you just came back from the void battleground. Maybe you don't know that Heavenly Sword Marquis, the other expert of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline, whispered something to the blond man. The blond man was also shocked when he heard it. He looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang also learned the identity and name of the blond man from the Master Ancient Wheel. "Xian Master of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline, right? You just said that I have no right to interrupt your conversation with the Master Ancient Wheel, and you want me to get lost? Haha, your Xian Master is really arrogant. Now that I'm still standing in front of you, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Jian Wushuang still had a smile on his face, however, his cold gaze had already landed on the blonde-haired, muscular Xian Master, causing a chill to run down his spine. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Xian Master already knew of Jian Wushuang's fame in the Divine Beginning Realm and his incredible battle achievements. Therefore, even though Jian Wushuang was only an immortal saint, Xian Master could not be as fearless as before. Xian Master's face darkened slightly when she heard Jian Wushuang's words. Then she said in a low voice, "Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have great talent and unlimited potential. Now that you're an inspector of the Temporal Temple, you're naturally qualified to stand in front of me. However, today's matter is between the bloodline of the Nether Ancestor and the bloodline of the Blood Ancestor. You can also say that it's an internal matter of the divine ancestor Daoist sect. It shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Not necessarily. Jian Wushuang smiled. To tell you the truth, when I was just a divine master, I entered the secret realm of heaven and earth, left by the master of Shui Bei by chance, and received Shui Bei's legacy there. Shui Bei is one of the top experts of the blood ancestors' bloodline. Since I'm his successor, I'm more or less a member of the blood ancestors' bloodline. You are the descendant of the Shui Bei. Xian Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. What? You don't believe me? Don't you know that I came to the divine ancestor Daoist sect to hand over the things left by Shui Bei to the blood ancestors' bloodline? Many experts of the blood ancestors' bloodline know this. Although the Master of 100 Talents is not an expert of the blood ancestors' bloodline, he was there to testify, Jian Wushuang said. Hearing this, the Master of 100 Talents stepped forward and said with a smile, Xian Master, the Heavenly Sword Marquis is right. He did return the things left by Master Shui Bei. I saw it clearly. If you don't believe the testimony of the Master of 100 Talents, it's easy for me to prove it. Xian Master, look at this. With a thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Although this figure looked slightly different from Jian Wushuang, the divine power aura it emitted was exactly the same. This is the Emperor's life avatar. The experts of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline immediately recognized this figure. The Emperor's life avatar was one of the unique secret skills of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. It was very impressive. Even among the principals, masters of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, very few were qualified to cultivate it. However, Master Shui Bei, who had an extremely high position in the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, naturally he had cultivated it. Since Jian Wushuang had cultivated the Emperor's order doppelganger, there was no doubt that he had inherited the mantle of the Shui Bei. The Xian Master had nothing to say. Since he was the successor of Master Shui Bei, Jian Wushuang could be considered as a member of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. Therefore, he had the right to speak up and even stand up for the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. Master Ancient Wheel, didn't the Xian Master just ask for more than 100 battle platforms? Then let's go. I want to see how powerful the bloodline of the Nether Ancestor is. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Chapter 3407 Opponents upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words. Master Ancient Will still had some misgivings, but he still nodded and said, Okay, let's fight in the 100 battle arena. Haha, in that case, at this time tomorrow, the Nether Ancestors' bloodline will be waiting on the 100 battle arena for the arrival of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. Xian Master laughed loudly. Then he turned around and left with the experts of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline. As soon as the experts of the Nether Ancestors' bloodline left, the onlookers around them naturally dispersed. However, when they left, most of them glanced at Jian Wushuang with strange expressions. They had known that Jian Wushuang was a member of the Temporal Temple and had a certain relationship with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. They had not expected that Heavenly Sword Marquis was also involved in the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect. They were also looking forward to the clash between the Blood Ancestor and the Nether Ancestor on the 100 battle arena tomorrow. In the Grand Hall of the Blood Ancestors' lineage, Master Ancient Will sat at the head of the table, while Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua sat at the side. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, on behalf of the entire Blood Ancestors' lineage, thank you for today's matter. Master Ancient Will stood up and thanked him. You're welcome, Master Ancient Wheel. As I said before, I am the successor of Master Shui Bei, so I can be considered as a member of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. Now that the Blood Ancestors' bloodline is in trouble, I should naturally do my part, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. But I wonder if Master Ancient Will has any plans for tomorrow's battle on the 100 battle arena. Well, Master Ancient Will glanced at the principals masters of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline beside him and could not help but sigh. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, as you know, the Blood Ancestors bloodline has lost 2 experts of the 5 void realms over the years, and the Blood Ancestor is trapped in the universe battlefield. He can't be compared to the Ghost Ancestors bloodline in terms of top experts. I'm afraid the Blood Ancestors bloodline won't be able to win the 100-battle arena tomorrow. The battle hasn't started yet. Master Ancient Wheel is too pessimistic. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Master Ancient Wheel, let me ask you first. If you fight personally, can you win one of the 3 battles? This, Master Ancient Wheel pondered for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, the Nether Ancestor is much stronger than the Blood Ancestor in terms of top experts. Not to mention the Nether Ancestor behind them. Just the 2 experts of the 5 void realms who are here today are not easy to deal with. First is Xian Master. Although he is slightly weaker than Master Shuai, he is not much weaker. Moreover, he has been wandering in the universe battlefield for the past few years. He just came back recently and may have made some progress in his strength. I'm not sure if I can defeat him. What about the other one? Jian Wushuang asked. The other expert is Master Flame Mountain. He rarely goes to the universe battlefield and has been staying in the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect. He has come into contact with me many times. I know his strength very well. I have fought with him before. Although he is strong, I have a 70% chance of winning against him. Master Ancient Will said confidently. Although he was also an expert of the 5th void realm, he was not confident in fighting Xian Master. However, he was confident in fighting Master Flame Mountain. That's enough. Jian Wushuang smiled. Master Ancient Wheel, your opponent will be Master Flame Mountain in the 3 battles tomorrow. All you have to do is to defeat him in the battles. But there are 3 battles in the 100-battle arena. Even if I can win one, the Blood Ancestors bloodline has no chance of winning the remaining 20%. Master Ancient Wheel frowned and said, Not necessarily. Jian Wushuang smiled. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, what do you mean? Master Ancient Wheel was puzzled. You don't need to know about Master Ancient Wheel for now. Anyway, as long as you win Master Flame Mountain tomorrow, leave the remaining 2 battles to me. I have a way to let the Blood Ancestors bloodline win. Jian Wushuang said confidently. Master Ancient Wheel and the principals Masters of the Blood Ancestors bloodline looked at each other in dismay. They did not understand what Jian Wushuang was up to, but in their current situation they had no choice but to trust Jian Wushuang. There was nothing else they could do, so they could only nod in agreement. Master Ancient Wheel and the other principals Masters knew, but Demon Master Qinhua knew very well. Therefore, after Jian Wushuang finished speaking, Demon Master Qinhua secretly sent a message to him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, do you want me to defeat Xian Master in the 100-battle arena tomorrow? Demon Master Qinhua said it casually. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. It was true that Xian Master might be very strong, but he was nothing in front of him. If he attacked, he could easily defeat Xian Master. No, that's not my real plan. Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously. What do you mean? Are you going to fight Xian Master yourself? Demon Master Qinhua looked at him. Yes, that's what I think. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, In the Samsara Heaven Realm, got a lot of opportunities and my strength improved greatly. Now, I won't have any problem fighting an expert of the 5th Void Realm. Even if Xian Master is strong among the 5 Void Realms, I'm confident that I can fight him. As for the outcome, it's hard to say. Since the outcome is hard to predict, why don't I just defeat him? Wouldn't it be much easier? Demon Master Qinhua rolled his eyes at Jian Wushuang. No. First of all, I'm just a descendant of the Shuai. I haven't joined the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect yet. It's already quite difficult for me to represent the Blood Ancestors lineage. You're just my guard, so it doesn't make sense in terms of identity. Jian Wushuang smiled. Also, most importantly, my strength has just improved greatly. Right now, I'm looking for a few experts at the 5th level of the void to spar with. That Master Flame Mountain strength is too weak, and I don't think much of him. As for this revolving lord, he can be my opponent, allowing me to temper myself. Of course, if I win this battle with him, it will naturally be good. Then there is no need for me to engage in a 3rd battle. However, even if I lose this battle, it doesn't matter. For the next Thoid battle, it won't be too late for you to make your move. In any case, the people of the Nether Ancestors' lineage don't know your identity or your actual strength. They will only treat you as a formidable master of laws. The opponent they sent to fight with you is at most an expert at the pinnacle of the Void Four Realms. It will be the same if you defeat him easily. Humph. This old man hopes that the so-called Nether Ancestor can make his move personally. It would be too boring if it was just against an expert at the pinnacle of the Void Four Realms. Demon Master Qinhua curled his lips and did not say anything else. Chapter 3408 on the 100 Battle Arena the next day on the 100 Battle Arena. The 100 Battle Arena of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect was located in a special space-time zone. It was enormous and boundless, allowing people to wantonly engage in fierce battles inside without affecting the outside world. This was because the news of the experts of the Blood Ancestors Bloodline and Shen Master and the others of the Nether Ancestors Bloodline engaging in a battle in the Void yesterday had long spread throughout the entire Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. The Blood Ancestors Bloodline and the Dark Ancestors Bloodline were both large sects of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Naturally, their battle attracted many experts. Countless experts gathered around the 100 battle platform. There were experts from various sects, as well as many genius cultivators from the Tao Palace. At a glance, there were no less than several thousand people. Experts from the Blood Ancestor lineage and the Nether Ancestor lineage had also arrived. Haha, Ancient Will, I didn't expect that your Blood Ancestor lineage would have the courage to compete with my Nether Ancestor lineage on the 100 Battle Arena. Xian Master's somewhat wanton laughter reverberated throughout the entire void. I know that your Blood Ancestor lineage has lost quite a bit of its peak combat strength over the years. In order to prevent others from saying that my Nether Ancestor lineage is bullying you, I might as well tell you the names and order of the 3 people that my Nether Ancestor lineage will send out. There are 3 battles on the Blood Battle platform. In the first battle, my Nether Ancestor lineage will send out Master Flame Mountain. In the second battle, I will personally take action. As for the third battle, it will be taken out by my Nether Ancestor lineage's master. Your Blood Ancestor lineage can decide on your own battle order based on the names of the people that my Nether Ancestor lineage will send out to battle. Xian Master's tone was very arrogant. He had no intention of putting the Blood Ancestor clan in his eyes at all. This was very normal. After all, in the current Blood Ancestor clan, other than Master Ancient Will, there was really no one else that he could care about. After hearing Xian Master's words, Master Ancient Will's expression sank slightly. Of the 3 experts sent by the Dark Ancestor clan, Xian Master and Master Flame Mountain were already within everyone's expectations. As for the third battle, the Leaf Master was also an expert who had long reached the pinnacle of the 4 Void Realms. Among the Void Four Realms, he was almost invincible. On the side of the Blood Ancestors branch, there was no one else who could contend with him except for Master Ancient Will himself. In other words, in these 3 matches, only Master Ancient Will was confident of winning one match against Master Flame Mountain or Master Leaf. But in the remaining 2 matches, there was almost no chance of winning. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, Master Ancient Will could only look at Jian Wushuang. Master Ancient Will, don't worry so much. You just need to defeat Master Flame Mountain according to what you said yesterday. Now that the Nether Ancestor Bloodline has taken the initiative to announce the number of experts they will send and the order of the battle, it's even more convenient. You'll be the one to fight in the first match, Jian Wushuang said. All right. Ancient Wheelmaster nodded slightly. He did not hesitate too much. He directly raised his head and looked at Xian Master and the others with his sharp eyes. Xian Master, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Since our blood ancestor lineage has come to this 100 battle platform, we won't be afraid of you. Let's begin the first battle. Very good. Xian Master smiled and glanced at Master Flame Mountain. Flame Mountain, go. Master Flame Mountain smiled coldly, and his body flashed into the 100 battle arena. On the side of the blood ancestor, Master Ancient Wheel also entered the 100 battle arena. Seeing the blood ancestor send out Master Ancient Wheel in the first battle, the dark ancestor and the surrounding experts all looked surprised, but soon everyone laughed. Looks like the blood ancestor's bloodline wants to rely on the Master Ancient Wheel to win one match first. The only person the blood ancestor's bloodline can bring out right now is this Master Ancient Wheel. And now, the first to be sent out is Master Ancient Wheel. If they win one match first, even if they lose the next two matches, they won't lose too badly. That's right. As long as the Master Ancient Wheel doesn't fight against the Topspin Master, he should have a great chance of winning against the other two people. And that Leaf Master is in the third match. If Master Ancient Wheel chooses him as his opponent and waits until the third city, he probably won't even have the chance to make a move. This is because the blood ancestor's bloodline has already lost the first two matches. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. The experts who were watching the battle were casually chatting and laughing. And the 100 battle platform, Master Ancient Wheel and Flame Mountain Master did not waste any more words. The moment they met, they immediately attacked. Two majestic auras erupted from the 100 battle platform almost at the same time. Regardless of whether it was the Master Ancient Wheel or Master Flame Mountain, they were all experts at the 5th level of the Void. If this level was placed in the Divine Beginning Realm, it would be the strongest combat strength of some great powers and great sections. When such experts fought fiercely, the commotion was also shocking. Bang! 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 Ear-splitting booming sounds rang out one after another. On the 100 battle platform, many spatial cracks spread out like a spider web. The entire 100 battle platform was filled with an aura that could destroy the world. At this moment, these two people were already engaged in an incomparably violent and fierce battle. The two of them were madly clashing and killing each other. Master Ancient will grasp the 3 great laws of darkness, earth, and lightning at the same time. The 2 great principles of darkness and lightning had already perfectly fused together. That attack was incomparably violent. Along with the battle saber in his hand, he slashed out time and time again. Each slash seemed to be able to destroy the world. As for Master Flame Mountain, he grasped the 3 great principles of life and death, wind and fire at the same time. Within them, the 2 great principles of wind and fire were compatible with each other. Fire borrowed the power of the wind, and its power soared explosively. With a casual wave of his hand, a sea of fire filled the sky. He wore a scarlet red glove in his hand. With a casual palm strike, a huge sea of fire attacked Master Ancient Wheel. Each palm strike seemed to be able to melt the world. The attacks of these two people were incomparably wild and violent. The two of them specialized in head-on confrontations. Since this was the case, the two of them did their best to display their techniques to the fullest on the 100 battle platform. As the head-on confrontations occurred time and time again, the frightening might of the collision also caused the experts watching from outside the 100 battle arena to secretly suck in a breath of cold air. However, in this battle, those with discerning eyes could tell that in this head-on collision, Master Ancient Will had a slight advantage. Although this advantage was very small, as long as one had an advantage, it would be magnified in every head-on collision. As expected, As the number of head-on collisions increased, the subtle gap between the two sides had gradually widened. Master Flame Mountain gradually fell into a disadvantage, and even began to be suppressed by Master Ancient Wheel. Master Flame Mountain is going to lose. Jian Wushuang looked calmly at everything in the 100-battle arena. Not long after Jian Wushuang said this, a shocking boom was heard in the center of the 100-battle arena, and Master Flame Mountain's somewhat miserable figure also retreated. Chapter 3409 Participants, Master Flame Mountain. Thank you for letting me win. Master Ancient Will stopped and said, "Humph, you're not as good as me, so there's nothing to be proud of." Master Flame Mountain snorted. He was very clear that he had indeed done his best, but in terms of strength he was indeed slightly weaker than the Master Ancient Wheel. Ancient Wheel, don't be complacent. Although you have defeated me and won one battle, your blood ancestor lineage has no hope of winning the remaining 2 battles. After Master Flame Mountain finished speaking, his body flashed and he left the 100-battle arena. He rushed toward the place where the experts of the Serene Ancestor lineage gathered. Master Ancient Will opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he did not say anything. He also turned around and left the 100-battle arena. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, they all sighed. As expected, the Blood Ancestors' bloodline won this match. It's normal to win. In terms of strength, Master Ancient Wheel is slightly stronger than Master Flame Mountain. Unfortunately, the 100-battle arena has 3 matches and 2 out of 3 wins. Even if the Blood Ancestors' bloodline relied on Master Ancient Wheel to win 1 match, there's no chance of winning the remaining 2 matches. The Nether Ancestors' bloodline knows this, which is why they brazenly told the Blood Ancestors' bloodline about the name list and the order of the experts to fight. Just wait and see. The Blood Ancestors' bloodline won't stand a chance in the next 2 matches. I hope they don't lose too badly. Everyone chatted and laughed. Even though the Blood Ancestors' bloodline had already won 1 match, none of them were optimistic about the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. The Xian Master also laughed coldly and directly rushed toward the 100-battle arena. Ancient Wheel, just send anyone to fight with me. Master Xian sneered. The spectating experts also looked in the direction of the Blood Ancestor lineage with interest. In this second battle, who will the Blood Ancestor lineage send? Will they send Master Stabbing Heart? It shouldn't be. Among the principals, masters of the Blood Ancestor lineage, besides Master Ancient Wheel, Master Stabbing Heart is the strongest. At the very least, he has reached the pinnacle of the Void 4th stage. If Ancient Wheel is a little smarter, he can send anyone to fight with Master Xian in this second battle. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. As for Master Stabbing Heart, it's best to stay in the 3rd battle and fight with Leaf Master. That's right. Although Master Stabbing Heart's strength is a little weaker than that of Leaf Master, as long as he performs well, he can definitely fight with Leaf Master. There might even be a chance for him to win. However, if he were to send any other principal's master onto the battlefield, he would not be a match for Leaf Master. The surrounding experts who were watching the battle discussed animatedly. They had even started to choose experts for the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. In the end, most of them thought that it was best to choose a random principal's master to fight against the Xian Master in the second match, so as to deliberately lose 1 match. Then they would put the victory of this match on Master Stabbing Heart in the 3rd match. However, these people were going to miscalculate in the end. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, the second match, Master Ancient Will looked at Jian Wushuang. TLL, do it this time. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Then, under the astonished gaze of Master Ancient Wheel, he directly rushed into the 100-battle arena. When Jian Wushuang appeared in the 100-battle arena, not only Master Ancient Wheel was shocked, but also the experts from the Nether Ancestors' bloodline and the surrounding spectators were completely stunned. A saint! In the second battle, the Blood Ancestors' bloodline sent an immortal saint to fight Xian Master. Even if they want to give up this battle, they should send a principal's master, right? Sending an immortal saint to fight. Isn't that humiliating, Xian Master? Many people had strange expressions. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. But some people recognized Jian Wushuang the moment they saw him. This man is Heavenly Sword Marquis. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis. He said yesterday that he is the descendant of the Shui Bei and a member of the Blood Ancestors bloodline. Heavenly Sword Marquis is going to fight and challenge Xian Master? Is Heavenly Sword Marquis courting death? Although I know he is talented, he is just a saint. Those who knew Jian Wushuang's identity were stunned. Even Master Ancient Wheel was suspicious of Jian Wushuang. Sir, what is your plan? Master Ancient Will looked at Demon Master Qinhua, trying to get some information from him. However, Qinhua said coldly, "Don't worry, just watch." Hearing this, Master Ancient Will could only shake his head helplessly. He turned his eyes and looked at the 100 battle arena again. Jian Wushuang stood in front of Xian Master in the 100 battle arena. They were only a few 100 meters apart and were facing each other. Xian Master frowned when he saw the person in front of him was Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you mean? Haha, Xian Master, can't you see it? Since I'm here to fight you on behalf of the Blood Ancestors bloodline. I proved yesterday that I'm qualified to fight on behalf of the Blood Ancestors bloodline. Don't you think so? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. That's true, but you're just an immortal saint. If I can't control my power well and accidentally kill you, what should I do? Xian Master said in a low voice. Haha, you can rest assured. More than 400 years ago, even the 3 masters of the Saint Realm couldn't kill me. It would be too ridiculous for you to kill me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Xian Master was stunned. Xian Master, you don't have to worry about anything. I also want to remind you to use all of your strength at the beginning. Otherwise, you might be defeated by me, and then your Xian Master will lose face, Jian Wushuang said. Humph! I, the Xian Master, have reached the peak of the 5 realms of the Void Realm. How could I be defeated by you, an immortal saint? What a joke! Xian Master snorted with disdain. Let's try it first. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his eyes suddenly became cold. As the Blood Mountain sword appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand, a chill spread in the surrounding area. Jian Wushuang moved. His body fluttered like a leaf swaying in the wind, but his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of the Xian Master. Then, the Blood Mountain sword slashed directly. This sword seemed to be light and casual, but the moment the sword light slashed out, the power of the 3 wills that Jian Wushuang had grasped burst out instantly. Together with a life-divine power, it immediately revolved, making the power of this sword it instantly increased by an unknown number of times. Chapter 34 10 Fight Xian Master. Humph! Xian Master snorted when he saw the sword coming toward him. He did not care about it. He did not even take out his weapon. He threw a punch toward the huge sword light. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Jian Wushuang's strength had reached the Xian Master's level, and his divine body was as strong as a magic weapon. His fist was more stiff than an ordinary holy treasure, but it was still inferior to a true treasure. However, it was still inferior to a true treasure. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was his original magic weapon. As his strength increased, it continued to evolve and had reached the level of a true treasure. The sword hit the Xian Master's fist. The first burst of astonishing power almost instantly shattered the bones in Xian Master's arm. The enormous power spread through his arm and into his entire divine body. A hint of surprise flashed in Xian Master's eyes. His body suddenly jerked for a moment, and then he immediately retreated. He retreated to the edge of the 100 battle arena, and only then did Xian Master stand steadily. This power has reached the peak of the Void Fourth Realm and is not far from the Void Fifth Realm. How is this kid possible? Xian Master stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. The experts outside the 100-battle arena also widened their eyes when they saw this scene. How could it be? What did I see? Xian Master was actually repelled by Heavenly Sword Marquis. Sword? Even if Xian Master didn't use his full strength just now, even if it was just a casual attack, an ordinary principal's master wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis not only could withstand it, but his sword was also able to completely suppress Xian Master's attack? You must be joking, right? The spectators were all stunned. This Master Ancient Wheel and many experts from the Blood Ancestors lineage were also stunned. In the 100-battle platform, Xian Master's face was still filled with shock, but gradually, this shock was replaced by endless anger. As expected of the number one genius in the history of the divine beginning realm, a mere saint realm, but the power that burst out in an instant has reached the peak of the Void Four Realms. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I admit that I have underestimated you, but it ends here. As soon as he finished his words, the Xian Master let out a fierce shout and stomped his foot. The void under the Xian Master's feet immediately exploded. The power of his foot caused a small black hole to appear in the 100-battle arena. The Xian Master rushed toward Jian Wushuang like a bolt of lightning. His aura surged, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The power of the 5 void realms surged toward the long spear. It was obvious that Xian Master had used his full strength. Haha, good timing. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang burst into laughter. His eyes flickered with a fierce light that made people's hearts tremble. He moved, and just as he was about to make direct contact with Xian Master, the supreme life-level pressure on his body burst out to the extreme. He used the heaven-cleaving skill in an instant. Peerless sword technique, Xixiang. Jian Wushuang raised his sword with both hands. With the help of the heaven-cleaving skill, a scarlet sword light that filled more than half of the 100-battle arena slashed out ferociously, crushing everything in its path. Divine destruction. The Xian Master held the spear with one hand. The spear was filled with 3 types of rule power, 2 of which were perfectly combined, turning the spear into a dark purple color. The dark purple spear was like a dark purple flood dragon. It suddenly whistled out and annihilated everything. Bang! The world suddenly shook, and soon after, countless spatial cracks appeared on the 100-battle platform. Each of these spatial cracks was over 100 meters long, and they were constantly tearing space apart and reassembling. It was a scene that could destroy the world. However, this scene did not last for long. As a figure retreated explosively, the power that could destroy the world also began to slowly quieten down. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Haha, Xianzhu, your strength is just SOSO. A hearty laughter reverberated throughout the 100-battle arena. At the same time, it was also transmitted from the 100-battle arena, ringing in the ears of every expert watching the battle. The many experts watching the battle were completely stunned when they saw the scene in the 100-battle arena. The first collision was Xian Zhu underestimating the enemy and did not use all of his strength. Even if he was forced back, it was still acceptable. But now, Xian Zhu has clearly used all of his strength. But in the end, he is still at a disadvantage in a head-on collision. He is indeed at a disadvantage. I saw it clearly. How could it be? How could the attack power of Heavenly Sword Marquis be so strong? Everyone felt incredulous. Even the Xian Master himself could not believe his eyes at this moment. Indeed, he had used all of his strength in the second collision, but he was still at a slight disadvantage in the collision. He could not accept the result for a moment. Only Jian Wushuang himself was not surprised by the result. Although I am only an immortal saint because of my perfect life level, my basic divine power is not weaker than the ordinary principal's masters, and it is even slightly stronger. Now I have mastered 3 parts of the power of will. With the life divine power, it is equivalent to 4 parts of the power of will. As for the heaven-cleaving skill, although I haven't mastered the most powerful secret skill created by my master at my current level, the superimposed power is much more than the power of 1 will. In total, have mastered more than 5 wills. My basic divine power is a little stronger than the Shen Master, and the power of my will is also a lot stronger. In total, the power that I can unleash in an instant is much stronger than the Shen Master, who is in the void 5 realms. The only regret is that the level of the absolute art created by me is a little lower. In terms of absolute art, Jian Wushuang's unparalleled sword manual had 7 sword moves that had reached the level of Principal's Master. However, as Principal's Masters, there were differences in the level of their absolute art. The 7 sword moves that Jian Wushuang had created were at most equivalent to the absolute art created by an expert in the 3rd realm of the void. In terms of level, they could only be considered as advanced absolute art among Principal's Masters. As for Shen Master, he had reached the 5th realm of the void for many years, so the absolute arts created by him were naturally very powerful. For example, the spear move that Shen Master had just displayed was definitely the pinnacle absolute art of the Principal's Masters, which was much more powerful than Jian Wushuang's Shixiang move. It was much more powerful. However, even if the absolute arts were slightly inferior, with the advantage in power and power, he still had the upper hand in this collision. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34:11 Binding Impossible. I can't believe that you, an immortal saint, can be more powerful than me. Fight. Shen Master's eyes were bloodshot, and he was full of fighting spirit. His low voice echoed throughout the 100-battle arena. At this moment, he was like a furious beast, charging out directly. Wherever he passed, his evil spirit soared to the sky. Jian Wushuang's eyes darkened, and he immediately went up to meet him. The two once again engaged in fierce battle in the 100-battle arena. This time, both of them displayed their respective skills. Shen Master held his spear with one hand. The dark purple spear let out a terrifying whistling sound, piercing through heaven and earth. The cold tip of the spear casually slashed out, easily tearing the space apart like a battle saber. The successive spikes were like numerous stars. It illuminated the void. Shen Master had been adventuring in the universe battlefield for many years and had experienced countless fierce battles and massacres. During these countless fierce battles and massacres, his spear skills had also been trained to be very terrifying. Just like Jian Wushuang, Shen Master had also created a complete set of spear skills that encompassed all aspects. This spear skill allowed him to be like a fish in water in face-to-face, close combat. Swish, 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 swish. The dark purple spear attacked Jian Wushuang again and again. Jian Wushuang also brandished his Blood Mountain sword to fight or block. His swordsmanship was fully displayed at this moment. However, in such a fierce face-to-face confrontation, Jian Wushuang was gradually suppressed by the Shen Master. It was not because Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was inferior to the Shen Master's spear technique, but because there was a certain gap in power. Haha, I see. Shen Master saw some problems during the fierce battle and immediately burst into laughter. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I thought your power had really surpassed mine. It turns out that it is not so. Although your power is not weak, it is only at the pinnacle of the Void 4 realms. At most, it can only reach the level of the Void 5 realms. The reason why you were able to fight me head-on was because you used a special method or secret skill. However, that secret technique shouldn't be able to last forever. Instead, it can only allow you to instantly burst out with even stronger power. In other words, you can only burst out with power that surpasses mine in an instant in an occasional head-on collision. However, in a head-on battle like this, you can't possibly allow your every sword strike to contain that level of power. As long as you don't activate that secret skill, your power won't be as powerful as mine, and you'll be crushed by me. Ha! Xian Master laughed wantonly, while Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. He knew very well that the Xian Master was right. Once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, he could indeed make his power surpass the Xian Master's in an instant. However, the heaven-cleaving skill was not a continuous secret skill, but a secret skill that could only be used once. It could only be used once. In other words, after he used the heaven-cleaving skill once, the next move would not have the power of the heaven-cleaving skill unless he used it again. As the strongest secret skill created by his master, the heaven-cleaving skill was not completely mastered by Jian Wushuang. Even with his current ability, he could only use the heaven-cleaving skill, regardless of the consequences. At most, he could only use it about 10 times. TT was equivalent to a big battle. He could only use it about 10 times before he overpowered the Xian Master's swordsmanship. However, after a fierce battle, how could he only use the heaven-cleaving skill 10 times? Like now, he could not use the heaven-cleaving skill every time he clashed with the Xian Master. He did not use the heaven-cleaving skill. He would be suppressed by the Xian Master. Clang! Another head-on collision. The strong recoil made Jian Wushuang stagger. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He knew that he could not continue fighting with the Xian Master. With a thought, a golden light extended from his body and instantly merged with the surrounding world. This golden light was the top-grade treasure of the universe, the Mountain River Map. 1,000 treasures, great world, space-time world. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, and instantly the entire arena began to change. The world transformed, and a space-time world filled with the power of space-time principles appeared in front of everyone. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. Change the world. It's the Mountain River Map. Legend has it that it's a top-tier treasure owned by the ancient 7-star mysterious sect. This is the Mountain River Map. The spectators all sighed. During the battle on Saha Island, Jian Wushuang had used the Mountain River Map. At that time, the map had helped Jian Wushuang a lot. In the end, he had even severely injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God by relying on the secret skill of the map. The mirror image of the battle had long been spread in the divine beginning realm, so it was no secret that Jian Wushuang had the map. Now that Jian Wushuang had taken out the map, everyone sighed, but they were not too surprised. Humph, the map is a good treasure. The space-time world is also very mysterious. It is indeed helpful to an expert like you who has mastered the principles of space-time. But can a space-time world change anything? Xian Master looked at Jian Wushuang mockingly. Don't worry, it's still early. Jian Wushuang just smiled. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a strange cut in the void in front of him. One finger painting the sky, space-time prison. Buzz! With that simple cut, the power of the space-time principles condensed in Jian Wushuang's body instantly surged up and swept out in all directions like a sea wave. In just a moment, it covered the entire battle platform. This is seeing the power of the space-time principles in the surroundings. The Xian Master's pupils suddenly shrank. Space-time imprisonment. How is this possible? You've only mastered the space-time principles for a short time. How could you master the space-time imprisonment so quickly? There are many things you don't know. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Of course, he could not tell the Xian Master that he had the golden sky-painting banner. However, as the space-time imprisonment took shape, he waved his big hand. Space-time restriction. Buzz! Buzz! The vast power of the space-time principles covered the surrounding area and instantly covered the Xian Master. What is this? Xian Master's face darkened. He could feel the pressure and restriction from the surrounding power of the space-time principles. This kind of restriction was like a domain, but it was more strange and difficult to resist. This was the pressure of natural laws, especially in the space-time world, where the power of space-time principles was everywhere. This space-time restriction became even more tyrannical. Even someone as strong as the revolving host could not break free, and under the space-time restriction, his movements were greatly hindered. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34, 12 Grievance. Humph! How can a mere space-time binding do anything to me? Xian Master's voice was cold. Space-time binding can't do anything to you, but it can greatly limit your speed. Jian Wushuang chuckled and disappeared from this world. The shadowless escape, art of the Blood Blade Master. Xian Master's pupils shrank. He had once fought with the Blood Blade Master, so he naturally understood the shadowless escape art. However, Jian Wushuang's mastery of the shadowless escape art was obviously not as high as that of the Blood Blade Master. Now that he had used it, although his body had disappeared, Xian Master's strength could still be detected. However, he could clearly sense Jian Wushuang's location. In his perception, as soon as Jian Wushuang disappeared, he rushed toward him from the side. His speed was incredible with the support of the surrounding space-time world. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and a sword light came directly toward the neck of the Xian Master. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Star Dream. Get lost! The Xian Master had long sensed Jian Wushuang's position, so he could easily deal with it. He blocked Jian Wushuang's sword with a casual spear. However, when the Xian Master waved the long spear in his hand, he found that the speed of his spear was obviously slower than before, and that was only the speed of his spear. Under the restriction of time and space, his speed was much slower. This kid wants to win by relying on his speed. Xian Master's face darkened. He was right. In the previous fight, Jian Wushuang knew that he would be suppressed by Xian Master. Therefore, he directly used the mountain river map and the heavenly golden banner to greatly increase his speed. At the same time, he also crazily suppressed the Xian Master's speed. In terms of speed, it was obvious that the Xian Master could not keep up with Jian Wushuang. Xian Master, you can't keep up with my speed at all. You can't even touch me. Just be my target. Jian Wushuang sneered and moved around the Xian Master like a ghost. He waved his blood mountain, sword one after another. Whoosh! 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 The sword lights were incredibly fast as they rushed toward Xian Master. Although Xian Master was bound by time and space, and his speed was weakened, his reaction speed was not affected at all. When Jian Wushuang attacked, he could also immediately swing his spear to block, no matter how hard Jian Wushuang attacked. Xian Master could block them all. However, he could only block them, but he could not counterattack at all. There was nothing he could do. Jian Wushuang's speed was much faster than his current speed. Moreover, Jian Wushuang did not fight head-on with him. Instead, he trembled from the surroundings and performed a sword attack. After being blocked by the Xian Master, he immediately retreated. He performed a second sword attack and did not give him a chance to counterattack. Just as Jian Wushuang said, the Xian Master was now like a living target. He could only block Jian Wushuang's attacks time and time again, but he could not fight back at all. Too fast. Heavenly Sword Marquis speed is really too fast. The speed that Heavenly Sword Marquis burst out with now, with the support of the surrounding space-time world, may not have reached the level of the 6th Void Realm, but it may have already reached the peak of the 5th Void Realm. Originally, although this level of speed was faster than the Xian Master could more or less keep up. Unfortunately, the Xian Master was restrained by space-time and his speed was greatly reduced. With this addition and subtraction, their speed was pulled apart. I feel like the Xian Master is like a target. The audience outside the 100-battle arena sighed at the scene. Although he was stronger than his opponent, he could only defend passively and had no chance to fight back. Xian Master felt very aggrieved. Such an aggrieved fight, especially when his opponent was only an immortal saint, made the Xian Master more and more furious while blocking Jian Wushuang's attack. Finally, his anger completely exploded. Bastard! Heavenly Sword Marquis, you're going too far! Xian Master roared. A large amount of blood, qi, surged from his body, and his aura suddenly soared. His eyes were scarlet, and a huge phantom beast appeared out of thin air behind him. It was as if it had just crawled out of hell. This scene shocked all the experts watching the battle on the 100-battle platform. Xian Master is using his ultimate move. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. This move is Xian Master's strongest ultimate move and can also be considered one of Xian Master's trump cards. It is said that even if Xian Master used this move, it wouldn't be easy. Unless it was necessary, he wouldn't use it so easily. Heavenly Sword Marquis actually forced Xian Master to this extent. The experts outside the 100-battle arena were shocked by Xian Master's violent aura. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Xian Master's eyes were as wide as copper bells. His eyes were bloodshot. With a roar, he managed to break free from the space-time constraints and reach the peak of his speed again. He was even faster than his peak speed. He caught up with Jian Wushuang in an instant and even slightly exceeded the speed that Jian Wushuang had burst out. Xian Master also appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang. In ultimate move kill! Xian Master held the spear with both hands. The dark purple spear burst out with a monstrous light, and the entire body of the spear was enlarged instantly. A shocking destructive aura burst out from the spear, and then it pierced out directly. Boom! The space was directly pierced through, and a huge dark tunnel appeared. A large number of spatial cracks spread wantonly. Jian Wushuang stood at the end of the spear and watched the spear attack. The terrifying pressure contained in the spear made Jian Wushuang's heart jump, but he was not afraid at all. When the spear tip was about to appear in front of him, the supreme life-level pressure on his body burst out again. The heaven-cleaving skill was also used again. Peerless sword technique, Shi Xiang. Ti was also the most powerful move of Shi Xiang. Although Jian Wushuang knew that his sword was not as powerful as the spear technique of the Xian Master. Once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, his attack power would reach a whole new level. The scarlet sword light collided with the world-destroying spear. TT was a head-on collision. 2 waves of power suddenly exploded. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The space around the 100-battle platform was on the verge of collapse, as if it could not withstand the 2 waves of power. Fortunately, the 2 waves of power did not last long. The 100-battle platform was able to withstand the 2 waves of power in the end. And the 100-battle platform, the overwhelming power began to slowly dissipate. When the power completely dissipated, everyone immediately saw the scene inside. On both ends of the 100-battle arena, Jian Wushuang and Xianzhu were still standing steadily, with a faint smile on Jian Wushuang's face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, 13 Draw. Xian Master. Your attack just now was really powerful. Not only did it defeat my swordsmanship, but some of the power also spread to my divine body, slightly damaging it. It's really impressive, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Jian Wushuang said it casually, but Xian Master's face turned a little ugly after hearing it. I used nearly 20% of my divine power to perform my strongest move, but it only slightly damaged his divine body. Slightly damaged was not even a large amount of damage. not to mention that his divine body directly collapsed. Under normal circumstances, the opponent's divine body directly collapsed before he lost the battle on the 100-battle arena. Obviously, he was far from reaching that level. Xian Master, I'm very curious. How many more times can you use that move? Jian Wushuang smiled strangely, but his figure appeared again. With the support of the space-time world, Jian Wushuang's speed was displayed again. Damn it! Xian Master cursed in his heart. Facing Jian Wushuang's speed, he could only become Jian Wushuang's living target again under the restriction of space-time. The previous scene quickly appeared again. Outside the 100-battle arena, the experts watching the battle looked at each other in dismay. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This heavenly sword marquis actually forcefully withstood Xian Master's strongest move, and he wasn't injured at all. My soul senses are very clear. In order to execute that move, Xian Master used nearly 20% of his divine power. However, after the collision, that heavenly sword marquis divine body was only slightly damaged, but his divine power aura didn't weaken at all. This is insane. Heavenly sword marquis is too insane. Even Xian Master's strongest move could not defeat Heavenly Sword Marquis. Then this battle. Everyone stared at the scene in the 100-battle arena. Xian Master had already used his strongest move, but it did not cause any harm to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang still relied on his speed to crazily attack Xian Master. Xian Master could only passively defend. He had become a living target. However, although the Xian Master could not fight back, he could still block Jian Wushuang's attack. Time continued to pass. During this period, the Xian Master was angry and once again used his strongest move. However, the result was the same. Jian Wushuang could completely block his strongest move with his heaven-cleaving skill. Then he continued to suppress him. He used his strongest move twice in a row, but it did not cause any harm to Jian Wushuang. Xian Master lost his temper. Master, Ancient Master, it's been 15 minutes, Master Ku said. 15 minutes? Master Ancient Wheel was overjoyed. In the next moment, he rushed toward the 100-battle platform. The experts around him, including the Nether Ancestors' bloodline, did not stop him. That's it, you two. Master Ancient Wheel appeared in the center of the 100-battle arena. A burst of divine power separated the two in the fierce battle. Master Ancient Wheel, what's wrong? What are you doing here? Jian Wushuang looked at Master Ancient Wheel in surprise. He was a little displeased. After entering the Samsara Heaven Realm, his strength had greatly increased. He was looking for a decent opponent to fight. Xian Master had just become his opponent. He was also excited about the fierce battle between him and Xian Master. Jian Wushuang was naturally unhappy that Master Ancient Will had stepped in to stop their battle. It was as if he had read Jian Wushuang's mind. Master Ancient Will said with a wry smile, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, the 100-battle arena has long made a rule that if the two sides fight for more than 15 minutes, and there is no winner, then the battle will be considered a draw. A draw. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Then he looked at the Xian Master in front of him and found that the Xian Master was looking at him with a gloomy face and gnashing his teeth. However, the Xian Master had already put his precious spear back into his interspatial ring. Obviously, he did not intend to continue the fierce battle with Jian Wushuang. He was not stupid. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would be suppressed by Jian Wushuang's speed. Naturally, he did not want to continue to be so sullen. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang felt helpless. He wanted to continue fighting with the Xian Master, but apparently the latter did not have such an idea. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Forget it, let's call it a draw. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and was ready to rush out of the 100-battle arena. But Master Ancient Wheel was already overjoyed. And this battle of the 100-battle arena, if it was just the strength of his blood ancestor's bloodline, He had almost no chance of winning against the spirit ancestor's bloodline. Except for him, who had won one battle, the remaining 2 battles were almost certain to be lost. But now, because of Jian Wushuang, the second battle ended in a draw. This meant that even if the blood ancestor's bloodline lost the third battle, the battle of the 100-battle arena would be 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Both sides drew. Master Ancient Wheel and the experts of the blood ancestor's bloodline were already very happy to be able to draw with the ghost ancestor's bloodline. Outside the 100-battle arena, many experts were sighing. No one had expected that the second battle would end in a draw. Moreover, Xian Master, an extremely powerful expert of the 5 void realms, could not win against Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was only at the Immortal Saint realm. Moreover, he had been suppressed by Jian Wushuang almost the entire time. Jian Wushuang's strength completely shocked them and refreshed their understanding of the Immortal Saint. In particular, many of the spectators were Immortal Saint existences. A huge wave of emotions rose in their hearts. They had never thought that the Immortal Saint could be so strong. Amidst the exclamations, the battle had to continue. After all, it was only 20% of the fierce battle. Xian Master, the third battle has begun. Ancient Will Master smiled. The second battle had ended in a draw. No matter what, this battle had to end in a draw. This made Master Ancient Will feel extremely confident. On the other hand, the expressions of the experts from the Nether Ancestors' lineage were not very good. Hearing Master Ancient Wheel's words, Xian Master took a deep breath and looked at someone beside him. Leaf Master, go. Okay. Wearing a dark red robe, the bewitching Leaf Master appeared in the 100-battle arena. His bewitching eyes swept over the experts of the blood ancestors' bloodline. Who will you send to fight me in the third battle? Hearing this, the principals masters of the blood ancestors' bloodline looked at each other in dismay. Among them, except for Master Ancient Wheel and Jian Wushuang, no one was a match for Leaf Master. Master Stabbing Heart, the only one whose strength was close to Leaf Master, moved and said, Ancient Wheel, let me fight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3414 was defeated in an instant. Okay. Master Ancient Will nodded slightly. There's no need for too much pressure. Just use all your strength. It's best if you can defeat Leaf Master. Even if you lose, it's not a big deal. Anyway, in this battle, the blood ancestor lineage can at least tie with Serene Ancestor. I understand. Stabbing Heart Master understood and was about to go forward, but Jian Wushuang waved his hand and stopped him. Stabbing Heart Master, I won't bother you to fight in the third battle. Jian Wushuang smiled. Stabbing Heart Master was stunned. Mr. Heavenly Marquis? Master Ancient Will also looked over in confusion. I want the blood ancestors' bloodline to win this battle. It's not as simple as a draw. Jian Wushuang smiled and then glanced at Demon Master Qinhua. Qinhua, you go. Demon Master Qinhua raised his eyebrows and appeared in the 100-battle arena. His appearance immediately attracted many curious gazes. Although there were many experts present, no one could recognize Demon Master Qinhua. Who are you? Leaf Master also looked at Demon Master Qinhua with a frown. Ancient Wheel, who is this person? Is he an expert under the blood ancestors' bloodline? Xian Master asked directly. He is my personal guard. He has nothing to do with the Temporal Temple. He is a member of the blood ancestors' bloodline since he follows me. It shouldn't be a problem for me to send him to fight, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Guard. Xian Master narrowed his eyes. If he was really Jian Wushuang's guard and had nothing to do with other sects, then he could be considered a member of the blood ancestors' bloodline. Humph! Although I don't know who he is, it's impossible for the blood ancestors faction to defeat Leaf Master with him. Xian Master snorted. He said in a low voice, "Leaf, don't hold back. Try to be as clean as possible." "I know." Leaf Master nodded slightly. As soon as he finished his words, a surging aura swept out from his body. This aura was incomparably powerful. In an instant, it had completely exceeded the limits of a Void 4th level expert, directly reaching the level of the Void 5th level. Void 5th level. This is the aura pressure that only Void 5th level experts have. Even though Leaf Master has long reached the pinnacle of the Void 4th level and rarely has an opponent among the Void 4th level, it is impossible for him to display this level of aura, unless he broke through. Heavens, Leaf Master has actually broken through to the 5th level of the Void. Outside the 100 battle platform, the many experts watching the battle were all greatly shocked. The 4th level of the Void and the 5th level of the Void were only one step apart. But during this period of time, an entire portion of the power of Will had appeared. This Leaf Master has actually broken through. Master Stabbing Heart's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock. He knew very well that if Leaf Master was only at the pinnacle of the Void 4 realms, he might have a chance to fight with his strength. But now that Leaf Master had made a breakthrough, he had no chance to fight back. "Mr. Heavenly Marquis, this Master Ancient Will looked at Jian Wushuang. "It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it." Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. Since Jian Wushuang had said so, Master Ancient Will naturally had nothing to say. In the 100 battle platform, the majestic divine power aura of Leaf Master had completely suppressed Demon Master Chenhua. However, in the face of this divine power aura suppression, he still appeared as calm as a breeze. It was as if he was not affected in the slightest. And the truth was as such. A mere Void 5th level aura pressure was nothing to him. It was only because his method of concealing his aura was too brilliant that the people around him did not know his actual strength. If people knew that he was a peak Void 6th level expert, then they would not be surprised by his current expression. Master Ancient Will has instructed me to be more efficient. Hence, I'm sorry. After Leaf Master spoke, large amounts of dark clouds rose up from his body. His body also completely turned into darkness. Whoa! The huge dark clouds covered the sky and earth, directly extending toward Demon Master Chenhua. The dark clouds contained an astonishing might. No matter who it was, as long as they were covered by the dark clouds, they would all face the storm of attacks from Leaf Master. Visit Readle, me for extra chapters. However, just as the dark cloud appeared in front of Demon Master Chenhua and was about to cover him, Demon Master Chenhua slowly raised his hand. He simply raised his hand and casually slapped the dark cloud, as if he was swatting a fly. Pa! The dark cloud directly shattered, revealing Leaf Master's figure. At this moment, Leaf Master's expression changed drastically. His divine body was being suppressed by a terrifying power. He did not have the ability to resist. He fell to the ground. In just a moment, his body was slammed onto the ground of the 100 battle platform, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. Silence. The entire 100 battle platform, both inside and outside, was extremely quiet, except for Jian Wushuang. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Leaf Master had already reached the peak of the 4 Void Realms. His battle strength was so strong that he could even fight with an expert of the 5 Void Realms. Now that he had broken through to the 5 Void Realms, his battle strength was even more amazing. To a certain extent, he had already surpassed Xian Master. That was right. In terms of strength, the current Leaf Master was actually slightly stronger than Xian Master. It was precisely because of this that the Nether ancestor lineage had arranged for him to be in the final battle just to be safe. However, it was precisely because of this formidable strength that Leaf Master fought with this person who appeared out of nowhere and acted as a guard by the side of Heavenly Sword Marquis. In the end, everyone was unable to react in time. Leaf Master had already been defeated. A crushing defeat. He was utterly defeated. There was no room for struggle. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Void 6 realms. Master Ancient Wheel was the first to exclaim. As his voice rang out, the entire 100 battle platform was instantly in an uproar. Void 6 realms. The person sent by the blood ancestor's lineage is a peak expert of the Void 6 realms. Yes, it's the 6th level of the Void. Only existences at the 6th level of the Void can defeat the Leaf Master with a single move. The 6th level of the Void. This is the same level as the Blood Ancestor and the Serene Ancestor. But in the end, his identity is only that of the Heavenly Sword Marquis Guard. The 6th level of the Void can be a guard. Everyone felt their minds go blank. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3415 Serene Ancestor in the 100 Battle Platform. Leaf Master had risen up again. However, at this moment, his face was extremely unsightly. He looked at Demon Master Chinhua with a hint of fear. He was very clear about what he had encountered in that instant. He had been forcefully crushed by his opponent's power. His divine body was instantly damaged by more than 80%. The kind of absolute crushing power, he had only experienced it in the hands of his master. I only used less than 70% of the power of that slap just now, Demon Master Chinhua said coldly. 70% of the power. Leaf Master's body trembled. He had only used less than 70% of the power to destroy his ultimate move with a single slap. At the same time, it had damaged more than 80% of his divine body. If the other party had used all of his power, would not he be able to directly destroy his divine body with a single slap? The 6 realms of the Void, and am afraid that they are very powerful among the 6 realms of the Void. Am afraid that they are not much weaker than my master. Leaf Master exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, he also understood that he had been completely defeated in this battle. He was completely defeated. Leaf Master did not feel dissatisfied or unsatisfied. He bowed slightly to Demon Master Chinhua, then walked out of the 100 battle arena and returned to Xian Master and the others. Xian Master, the result of the 3rd battle is obvious. The bloodline of the Blood Ancestor should have won the battle in the 100 battle arena, right? Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Xian Master's face was extremely ugly. He had never expected that the guard of Heavenly Sword Marquis was such a powerful expert of the 6th realm of the Void. They had thought that they would win the 3rd battle, but they had lost. And now that the 3 battles had ended, the Blood Ancestor's lineage had won 2 and drawn 1. Naturally, they had won. Although Xian Master was unwilling, he could no longer change the solution. But just as Xian Master was about to open his mouth and admit that the Blood Ancestor's lineage had won, hold on. A grand voice suddenly transmitted over from the Void, not far away. This voice seemed to contain a special magic power. As soon as it was transmitted to the 100 battle arena, it caused the hearts of many experts on the 100 battle arena to move. Subsequently, all gazes turned toward the source of the voice. Over there, a middle-aged man dressed in black tight clothes, short hair, and stubble slowly walked over. His footsteps were very light and very strange. Every step he took caused a black vortex to appear in the void below him. As the black vortexes appeared one after another, this middle-aged man's figure finally arrived on the 100 battle platform. Upon seeing him, the many powerful warriors of the Nether Ancestor's lineage revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Lord Nether Ancestor, Xian Master, Master Flame Mountain, and the other principals masters of the Nether Ancestor's lineage all bowed and greeted him with extremely respectful voices. Master. Leaf Master also called out respectfully. As for the surrounding powerful warriors who were watching the battle, when they saw him, they all revealed looks of reverence. Almost all of them also bowed to show their respect. Serene Ancestor was one of the 9 ancestors of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Furthermore, he was one of the top 3 strongest experts among the 9 ancestors. The Serene Ancestor lineage he established was also one of the 4 great sects of the Heavenly Ancestor lineage. It was named after the Blood Ancestor lineage at its peak. And Serene Ancestor had another identity. He was Leaf Master. For example, when Leaf Master fought with Demon Master Qinhua on the 100 battle arena, the first technique he used was taught by Serene Ancestor. Leaf Master, I saw your battle just now. Serene Ancestor spoke. Master, it's my fault for being useless. Leaf Master could not help but lower his head. It's not that I'm useless. It's true that the opponent is too strong. For experts at the 6th level of the void, not only did they gain an additional portion of their will, they also fused 3 different types of law energy at the same time. You have to know that when the principle's energy is fused, the power unleashed by fusing 2 different types of principle's energy and 3 different types of law energy are worlds apart. Serene Ancestor calmly spoke. Naturally, if you are able to comprehend the secret art that this seat imparted to you to a deeper level, reaching the 3rd level, you would still be defeated when facing him. However, you wouldn't be defeated in such a miserable manner. Your disciple is enlightened. Leaf Master respectfully acknowledged, not daring to refute. You can leave first. Serene Ancestor waved his hand. Leaf Master and the experts from Serene Ancestor's lineage immediately retreated to the side. Serene Ancestor's eyes turned towards Deep Fire Devil Master, who had already exited the 100 battle arena. It's one thing for a peak expert at the 6th level of the void to be willing to serve as a guard for an immortal saint, but you even intentionally concealed your strength to bully a 5th level of the void. Sir, aren't you a little too careless with your status? The Nether Ancestor spoke, however, his voice was ice cold. Upon hearing the Nether Ancestor's words, the surrounding people felt their hearts turning cold. Visit Readel, me for extra chapters. This Serene Ancestor is indeed just like the rumors say. He is truly protective of his own shortcomings. His own disciple was defeated by a 6th level void martial artist who concealed his strength. It's normal for Serene Ancestor to feel indignant. It's normal for him to be protective of his own shortcomings. Now, let's see how the Blood Ancestor lineage, Heavenly Sword Marquis, and his guards will deal with Serene Ancestor. Many people were already discussing this matter in secret. In the face of Serene Ancestor's somewhat cold gaze, Demon Master Chenyuo's expression did not change in the slightest. He said indifferently, "This old man will serve as the guard of Heavenly Sword Marquis. That is something that we are willing to do. It has nothing to do with you, Serene Ancestor. As for saying that this old man deliberately concealed his strength to bully your disciple, perhaps I do not pay attention to my status, but it is still much better than a 5th level void realm expert of your Serene Ancestor lineage fighting with an immortal saint and ending in a draw, right? You really know how to do it, but I don't know if your strength is as good as your mouth," Serene Ancestor said coldly. "You can try." "It's been a long time since I've loosened my muscles and bones," said Demon Master Qinhua calmly without any fear. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang only smiled faintly. Although Serene Ancestor was very famous and powerful, Demon Master Qinhua was even more powerful. You should know that you Ancestor had reached the peak of the 6 void realms and was very close to the level of Elder Darkbone. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, if Serene Ancestor really fought, he would be asking for humiliation. As expected, what happened next proved Jian Wushuang's guess. In the void, the 2 sides did not even enter the 100 battle arena, but Serene Ancestor and Demon Master Qinhua had already fought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Serene Ancestor's body shook, and a large amount of dark clouds rose up. Serene Ancestor's body also turned into darkness and merged into the dark clouds. It was exactly the same as the skill of Leaf Master. However, when Serene Ancestor used the dark clouds, the color and thickness of the dark clouds were obviously much denser, and the area covered by the dark clouds was much wider. In terms of power, this dark cloud was at least dozens of times stronger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34:16. He was ashamed of his inferiority. The dark clouds completely covered the void, causing the entire world to become heavy. This is the true power of this move. Leaf Master looked at the dark clouds in front of him and compared it to the one he had used previously. He was astonished in his heart, and his gaze was incomparably hot. This move originated from his master and was one of his master's ultimate moves. Now that it was being used by his master, Serene Ancestor, its power was naturally world-shaking. Faced with this move, even Demon Master Chenhua did not dare to casually block it like before. Instead, he wore a pair of golden-red gloves that emitted a majestic, destructive aura. With a clench of his hands, a world-shaking might instantly gathered in his palms. Following that boom, a brutal punch directly smashed out, like a bolt of golden lightning. It instantly collided with the dark clouds. The dark clouds slightly lasted for a moment, and the middle part immediately dissipated. However, the dark clouds did not completely disperse. However, at this moment, a large amount of gray light surged out from Demon Master Chenyuo's body. This gray light was vast and mighty, like a vast gray ocean, spreading out. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the dark cloud. Walala! Two earth-shattering powers charged madly. Regardless of whether it was Demon Master Chenhua or Serene Ancestor, their figures had already completely merged into these two powers. The spectators around had long retreated. They watched the scene in the center from a distance and felt the two powers that made them feel suffocated. However, the impact of the two waves of terrifying power did not last long. One of the waves of power had already begun to retreat. The one who was retreating was naturally Serene Ancestor. The huge dark cloud that covered Serene Ancestor was already retreating under the impact of the gray light. The entire world was gradually covered by the gray ocean. As for that dark cloud, it could barely maintain a very small area. Moreover, it was maintaining it with great difficulty, as if it was in danger of being completely annihilated at any moment. At this point, the outcome of the battle between the two had clearly been decided. So, the power that filled the sky dissipated, and the figures of Demon Master Chenhua and Serene Ancestor reappeared in front of everyone. He actually used the god power of 3 principles to such an extent. He even faintly added 4th principle's energy. Impressive. Serene Ancestor's expression was solemn as he stared at Demon Master Chenhua. This seat has roamed the divine beginning realm and even roamed the universe battlefield for a very long time. I have encountered countless experts. But among these experts, if we were to compare them with the level of the 6 void realms, there are absolutely no more than 10 who can match you. And within the divine beginning realm, there are no more than 3 who can match you at the 6 void realms. There was indeed a hint of surprise in Serene Ancestor's words. One had to know that he was a supreme existence who had lived for a very long time. His knowledge was also very vast. He had roamed the universe battlefield for a very long time and had encountered countless experts. However, the fact that Demon Master Chenhua could be ranked in the top 10 among the 6 void realm experts he had met was already very impressive. As for what he said at the end, there were no more than 3 6 void realm experts in the divine beginning realm that could match Fiend Master Sinking Fire. This was also a fact. After all, Demon Master Chenhua had indeed walked very far at the level of the 6 void realm. He was only a tiny bit away from the pinnacle. Your Excellency's strength is monstrous, but I wonder how should I address you? Serene Ancestor looked over. Chenhua. Demon Master Chenhua said. Chenhua, Could it be that genius elder from the Amethyst demon sect from 200 million years ago? Serene Ancestor's expression changed. He had also heard of Demon Master Chenyuo's name back then. It's me. Demon Master Chenhua did not deny it. Haha, that's true. Serene Ancestor laughed. It has been nearly 200 million years since the Amethyst demon sect was destroyed, and you have also disappeared for so many years. I never expected that your strength would reach such a level after your appearance. You are truly impressive. You are indeed worthy of being called a genius elder. You are not bad either. Among the 6 void realms, you can be considered at the peak level. Ordinary 6 void realms are not your match. Serene Ancestor raised his brows. Following that, he said grandly, the Serene Ancestor faction has lost the battle on the 100 battle arena. Our Serene Ancestor faction will not have any complaints, and according to the rules, the victor is the king. The competition between our Serene Ancestor faction and the Blood Ancestor faction will be decided by the Blood Ancestor faction. The experts under our Serene Ancestor faction are not allowed to have any disputes with the Blood Ancestor faction because of this territory. Yes, visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. As you command, Lord Serene Ancestor. Many experts from Serene Ancestor's lineage immediately respectfully received the order. Demon Master Chenhua. Serene Ancestor looked at Demon Master Chenhua again. Although I didn't feel lucky after the battle with you today, I have gained quite a bit. Furthermore, it's rare for me to meet an expert like you. Why don't we go to my Serene Cloud Pavilion and have a good exchange? In the face of Demon Master Chenhua, Serene Ancestor no longer had any airs. Now he even looked forward to interacting with Demon Master Chenhua and felt his heart ache. However, Demon Master Chenhua pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. I am now Heavenly Sword Marquis Guard. I will go wherever Heavenly Sword Marquis goes. Serene Ancestor was stunned. Only then did he recall the identity of Demon Master Chenhua and could not help but sigh. Demon Master Chenhua, for peak expert like you to be willing to be a guard for a little fellow at the level of a saint, this truly makes me feel incredulous. Even though this little fellow has great potential, it is not to the extent of letting you be like this. This is a private agreement between me and Heavenly Sword Marquis. It has nothing to do with you, Serene Ancestor, Demon Master Chenhua said directly. Serene Ancestor shrugged when he heard this and did not say anything else. Since that's the case, I'll have another chance to chat with you next time. With that said, Serene Ancestor turned around and left. The experts of Serene Ancestor's lineage naturally left as well. With the departure of the members of Serene Ancestor's lineage, the battle on the 100 battle platform came to an end. However, although the battle had ended, the experts who took the battle seriously could not calm their hearts for a long time. Most of them were still filled with shock and shock. This shock naturally came from Heavenly Sword Marquis and Demon Master Chenhua. First of all, Jian Wushuang had defeated Xian Master with a Saint Realm cultivation, which was already unbelievable to them. Then the appearance of Demon Master Chenhua, a top expert, actually made even Serene Ancestor feel inferior. More importantly, how could such a super expert, who had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Void Realm, be just a guard by Jian Wushuang's side? This fact was really hard to accept. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34, 17 Third Heaven within the Grand Hall of the Blood Ancestors' Bloodline. Lord Heavenly Marquis, Lord Chenhua, it's all thanks to the two of you that our Blood Ancestors' Bloodline was able to win in the 100 battle arena. We even took back the territory that originally belonged to our Blood Ancestors bloodline from the hands of the Dark Ancestors' bloodline. I, Ancient Wheel, represent the entire Blood Ancestors' bloodline here. Thank you both. Thank you. The other principals, masters of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, were also extremely grateful. Master Ancient Wheel, and everyone else, you're too kind. Jian Wushuang smiled. As I said before, I'm the descendant of the Shui Bei, so I can barely be considered as a member of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. If the Blood Ancestors' bloodline is in trouble, I'll naturally help them if I can. In any case, you have indeed helped the Blood Ancestors' bloodline a great deal this time. It's a pity that the Blood Ancestor has been trapped in the universe battlefield all these years. The Blood Ancestors' bloodline is not in a good situation now. I'm afraid that there's nothing I can repay you for now. I can only wait for the opportunity to repay you in the future, Master Ancient Will continued. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could only shake his head and smile. Then he said seriously, after the battle on the 100 Battle Arena, the Nether Ancestors' bloodline was also defeated by the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. Moreover, I have already said that we are on the same side as the Blood Ancestors' bloodline. With the presence of Qinhua, I believe that the other sects of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect won't dare to challenge the Blood Ancestors' bloodline as recklessly as before. Of course. Master Ancient Will also smiled. After this battle, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, you and Lord Qinhua are all on the side of the Blood Ancestor lineage. In terms of top-tier combat power, even the Serene Ancestor lineage can only retreat when facing the Blood Ancestor lineage. How would the other factions dare to attack? Moreover, Lord Blood Ancestor is only trapped in the universe battlefield, not fallen. The other factions already have a lot of scruples. After this battle, I dare say that the Blood Ancestor lineage will be able to regain its former dominance. That's good. Then I can leave in peace, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Mr. Marquis, are you leaving? Master Ancient Will immediately looked over. Yes, I came to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect to meet your spirit ancestor, in addition to fulfilling Shui Bai's task. Now that I've met the spirit ancestor and obtained the answer, I've also completed Shui Bai's task. Naturally, I have to leave, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Seeing this, Master Ancient Wheel and the others felt a little regretful, but they could not persuade him to stay. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, this is my message token. Since you've said yourself that you're a member of the Blood Ancestors' bloodline, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can ask for it. The Blood Ancestors' bloodline will do its best. Master Ancient will hand his message, token, to Jian Wushuang. All right, if that happens, I won't stand on ceremony. Jian Wushuang smiled and took the token. Then he left with Qinhua. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua left the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Although he had solved a lot of trouble for the Blood Ancestors' bloodline before he left and did not go against Shui Bai's request, Jian Wushuang's heart was still heavy. After all, he did not get what he wanted from Spirit Ancestor. If he wanted Spirit Ancestor to help him, he had to think of a way to kill the Grandmaster of the Blood Clan. This matter was very tricky for him now. Heavenly Sword Marquis, where do you plan to go next? Demon Master Qinhua looked at him. To the third heaven, Jian Wushuang said directly. He was now Jian Wushuang's guard, so he naturally had to follow Jian Wushuang wherever he went. The third heaven? That's the nest of the 3 Saint Realms, and it's the place with the strongest power of the will of Heavenly Tao. Demon Master Qinhua frowned. Why, are you afraid? Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Qinhua with interest. You're a saint, and you don't even fear the 3 Saint Realms. I'm just 1 step away from the pinnacle of the 6 Void Realms, so why should I be afraid? Demon Master Qinhua said. That's it. Let's go. Jian Wushuang smiled and soon left with Demon Master Qinhua for the 3rd heaven. The core of the Divine Beginning Realm, the 3rd heaven, was the 3rd heaven and earth. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. The quality of the experts in the third heaven and earth was getting higher and higher, regardless of whether it was the cultivation environment or the quality of the experts. For example, in the first heaven, peak saints and invincible saints could almost do whatever they wanted, and principles masters were super existences who could establish sections. For example, some of the most powerful forces in the first heaven, many of them did not have principles masters now and only had the heaven and earth secret realms. However, in the second heaven, although peak saints and invincible saints were also top-tier experts, they were far from the level where they could do whatever they wanted. After all, there were quite a few principles masters in the second heaven. For the major factions in the second heaven, like Xiaoyao Mansion, Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and Samsara Heaven Sect, which one of them did not have a dozen or so principles masters. Some of them were even as powerful as Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and there were even 6 Void Realm experts, even the Old Valley Master, who was feared by the Masters of the Saint Realm and the Masters of the Ruler Realm, existed. It could be said that the level of cultivators at the second heaven was already very high. However, the second heaven still could not be compared to the third heaven. In fact, the gap between them was even greater than usual. The third heaven was where the core experts of the divine beginning realm gathered. It was also where some of the top overlords of the divine beginning realm gathered. For example, the 3 supreme saint realms of the divine beginning realm were in the third heaven. In addition, there were the 4 great divine races and the 8 directions celestial sect, which had an extremely deep foundation. All of them were the top experts of the divine beginning realm. Just take the 8 directions celestial sect, which was at the lowest level. Even though it was only at the lowest level in the third heaven, its strength and foundation were even stronger than the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley if it was not for that Old Valley Master. As for the 4 divine clans and the 3 saint realms, they were even stronger. This was the gathering place of experts and a paradise for them. After coming out of the divine ancestor Dao sect, Jian Wushuang teleported to the third heaven with Demon Master Chenhua at the fastest speed. As soon as he reached the third heaven and stepped into the third heaven, Jian Wushuang immediately had a special feeling. This feeling did not come from the surrounding environment, but from the will. The power of the will of heaven. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the sky above. Although he knew that there was the power of the will of heaven in the first heaven and the second heaven, his feeling was very vague. But when he reached the third heaven, the feeling was very clear. Not only could he sense the existence of the will of the heavenly Tao, the will of the heavenly Tao could also sense him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3418 Heavenly Sword Marquis arrived just as Jian Wushuang had expected, when he clearly sensed the existence of the will of heaven. The will of heaven had also discovered his existence and immediately informed the 3 saint masters of the news. In the primal chaos void at the core of the 3 saint realms, the consciousness avatars of the 3 saint masters had been condensed there, and their expressions were quite grave. That heavenly sword marquis is really bold. He clearly knows that the third heaven is the base of our 3 great saint realms, and the power of the heavenly Tao here is the densest. As long as he steps into the third heaven, under the power of the heavenly Tao will, he will have nowhere to hide. But even so, he still dares to come. Destruction, Saint Master growled. He has nothing to fear. Life and death, Saint Master's expression was solemn. In the battle on Saha Island, our 3 great saint realms couldn't kill him even after setting up an inescapable net. After losing that battle, it's almost impossible for us 3 saint realms to attack him again. Not to mention the fact that the Temporal Temple Master must have prepared a life-saving trump card for him. Just his own technique of time-space teleportation is already giving us a headache. The Heavenly Sword Marquis knows that the 3 great saint realms are already unable to do anything to him. That's why he dares to come here and scrupulously. Flame Saint Master's voice was low. There's nothing we can do. With the strength of the 3 great saint realms. It's indeed very difficult to kill him. Even if we attack now, it probably won't have any effect. On the contrary, it will make the Heavenly Sword Marquis even more vigilant. At the same time, it will also stimulate him to cultivate even harder and increase his strength. In other words, if we attack him now, it will only encourage him and temper him. To us, this is not worth the loss. It's better for us to just sit quietly and do nothing and wait for the day to come. You're right. We shouldn't change anything. Back when Xian Yi rose up, our 3 great saint realms did the same thing. We let Xian Yi grow on his own. We won't provoke him anymore, and we won't give him the chance to use us as an opponent to temper himself. When that day comes, won't Xian Yi die? Destruction, Saint Master's voice was cold. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis has shown incredible talent, he might not be able to reach the level of his master Xian Yi when the day comes. Even if he does, he will still die. In that case, it's decided. The 3 masters of the Saint Realm quickly reached a consensus. Even though they knew that Jian Wushuang had stepped into the 3rd heaven, they still did not plan to attack him. After reaching this consensus, the 3 masters of the Saint Realm immediately gave orders to restrain the experts under the command of the 3 Saint Realms. During this period of time, if they encountered Jian Wushuang, they should avoid him as much as possible. If they encountered any mysterious experts, they should also try not to provoke him. In short, the 3 masters of the Saint Realm's intention was very clear. They did not want to provoke Jian Wushuang now. No matter where Jian Wushuang was, as long as Jian Wushuang did not take the initiative to attack the 3 Saint Realms, they would let him go. Jian Wushuang could do whatever he wanted. Countless years ago, when Xian Yi rose to power, the 3 Saint Realms tried to suppress him. However, when they realized that they could not suppress him and could not do anything to him, they made the same decision. Jian Wushuang, naturally, did not know what the 3 Saint Realms were thinking. However, just as the 3 Saint Realms had expected, he was indeed fearless now. He knew that with his life-saving skills and trump cards, the 3 Saint Realms would not be able to kill him unless a master-level expert came. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had obtained a detailed map of the star field of the 3rd heaven from Temple Master Bai Xing. We are now in the bone flood domain of the northwest 19 domains of the 3rd heaven. Jian Wushuang looked at the star map and had determined his location. The 3rd heaven was very big, much bigger than the 1st heaven and 2nd heaven, and there were countless experts. There were 2 overlords in the northwestern region of the 3rd heaven. They were the Illusionary Moon Sect and the Burning Heart Sect of the 8 Directions Celestial Sect. There were a total of 18 regions under the control of the 2 celestial sects, each of which occupied 9 territories. The remaining region was sandwiched between the 2 celestial sects. Bone Flood Domain was a domain under the control of the Illusory Moon Sect. Although it was only a domain, it was still extremely vast. There were countless forces and clans, big and small. With the principals masters among them, there were more than a dozen forces that had given birth to principals masters. The Illusory Moon Sect. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang looked at the domain marked with the words Illusory Moon Sect on the star map in front of him, and his expression became strange. He had interacted with the Illusory Moon Sect, one of the 8 Directions Celestial Sect. In the Bloodwave realm, he had fought with Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Duanlang, and others from the Destruction Saint Realm as soon as they entered the Bloodwave realm. After that, the Destruction Saint Realm immediately retaliated against them. In the process, the Destruction Saint Realm had invited people from the Illusory Moon Sect to help them. Although the Destruction Saint Realm did not succeed and the Illusory Moon Sect suffered a loss at Jian Wushuang's hands, it was the Illusory Moon Sect who provoked him. However, nothing happened after that. Now that Jian Wushuang had just arrived at the 3rd heaven, it happened to be a territory controlled by the Illusory Moon Sect. What a coincidence! The Illusory Moon Sect joined hands with the Destruction Saint Realm in the Bloodwave realm and tried to kill me. It's obvious that the Illusory Moon sect has always followed the lead of the three saint realms. The Illusory Moon sect probably contributed a lot to the destruction of the seven-star Mysterious sect. If there's a chance, I'll teach them a lesson, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. After finding out where he was, Jian Wushuang looked at the other territories in the third heaven. In the third heaven, all the overlords gathered. The three most powerful saint realms were in the center of the third heaven and controlled the three territories at the core of the third heaven. As for the four divine races, although their territories were not as powerful as the three saint realms, they were not much weaker. Moreover, because the four divine races gathered there were many special races in the divine beginning realm. This included the existence of many strange beasts and fierce beasts. Hence, that territory was also known as the demon realm. The three great saint realms and the demon realm occupied the territories with the best cultivation conditions in the third heaven. The remaining territories were occupied by the 8 directions, heavenly sect, and other large factions with similar foundations. Chapter 34:19 Naturally, Terminated Meridians. Miss Shower has an inexplicable relationship with the Nine-Tailed Clan, one of the 4 divine clans. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Shower and my relatives in this life should be in the demon realm. But Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had the communication token of Miss Shower. He could have sent a message to Miss Shower and asked her to tell him the exact location of his relatives, and then he would go there to meet her. However, Jian Wushuang did not intend to do so. It was not because he did not want to see his relatives in this life, but because he still had a lot of doubts about Miss Shower. Up until now, he still did not know Miss Shower's specific identity and background, did not know what relationship she had with the Nine-Tailed Clan, and did not know what her motive was. Even if he were to go over and see Miss Shower, he would probably only be able to learn a little from Miss Shower's own mouth. But who could guarantee that what Miss Shower said was true? Who could guarantee that Miss Shower did not have any intention of scheming against him? At the very least, Jian Wushuang could not completely trust Miss Shower at the moment. He had always been on guard. Since he had come to the third heaven, he naturally wanted to clear up all these doubts. However, these doubts could not be solely based on Miss Shower's words. Jian Wushuang had to find a way to clear them up himself. Although I know about the power of the will of heaven, I'm afraid that only the 3 masters of the Saint Realm will know about my arrival in the third heaven. However, no one else should know about it, including Miss Shower. In that case, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Following that, the muscles on his face began to squirm. In the blink of an eye, his appearance had undergone an earth-shaking change. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you doing? Demon Master Qinhua could not help asking when he saw the change in Jian Wushuang. I don't intend to expose my identity easily in the third heaven, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was very famous in the divine beginning realm. Moreover, almost all the high-level experts in the divine beginning realm had seen his fierce battle on the Saha Island, so they naturally remembered his appearance. As long as he showed up, he would be easily recognized. Of course, he had to disguise himself. After changing his appearance, Jian Wushuang immediately set off. He did not dare to use teleportation to go to the demon realm. Instead, he slowly moved forward. Half a day later, according to the instructions in the star field, there is a large city not far ahead. The prosperity of this city is among the top 5 in the entire Bone Flood domain. Qinhua, when we pass by the city later, we won't be in a hurry to continue our journey. Let's find a tavern in the city and have a drink first, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes, Demon Master Qinhua answered, but he suddenly stopped in the void. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang immediately stopped and looked at Demon Master Qinhua. He found that Demon Master Qinhua was looking down at his feet with surprise in his eyes. Jian Wushuang also followed Demon Master Chenyuo's gaze and immediately saw a naked upper body on a mountain at the bottom. A young man with tan skin was carrying a huge rock that weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. He was running rapidly on the mountain. The young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but his facial features were very firm. His forehead and body were soaked in sweat, and he looked very tired. However, his eyes were unusually sharp and firm. The huge rock weighed tens of thousands of pounds on his body, but he was still running desperately. Originally, it should have been easy for a cultivator in the divine beginning realm to carry a huge rock weighing tens of thousands of pounds, or even effortless. However, this was also because the cultivator had the divine power backing him up. However, at this moment, there was no divine power fluctuation on the body of the young man who was running wildly with a huge rock on his shoulder. Yes, there was no divine power fluctuation at all. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Even Jian Wushuang and the perception ability of the demon master Chenhua could not sense any divine power from the body of the young man. This meant that the young man indeed did not have any divine power. He was purely relying on his physical body and his brute strength to run wildly against the giant rock. It was obvious that he was crazily refining his body. That's not right. He was born in the divine beginning realm and in the third heaven, which is a perfect cultivation environment. Logically speaking, no matter how stupid he is, he should be able to easily condense divine power in his body and become a cultivator. But this little guy, how come he doesn't have any divine power at this age? Jian Wushuang frowned. It's a naturally terminated meridians, Demon Master Chenhua suddenly said. Naturally terminated meridians. Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. This is a unique constitution born from heaven and earth. Once this constitution is formed, all his meridians will be completely blocked. There won't be any heaven and earth spiritual qi entering his body. If he can't even absorb the heaven and earth spiritual qi, he naturally won't be able to condense divine power and become a cultivator. Demon Master Chenhua said, born from heaven and earth? Isn't he a born trash? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. Yes, he is a born trash. However, the reason why his meridians are blocked is not because he is not talented. On the contrary, it is because his talent is too high and he is restricted by heaven and earth. That's why his meridians are formed, Demon Master Chenhua said. Another restriction from heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had thought that the restrictions of the heavenly Tao should only be applied to special life forms. He did not expect that there would be some inherent restrictions on some extremely talented people. Of course, although the heavenly Tao has some restrictions on those with high aptitude, the restrictions are still far from being comparable to those of special life forms. Take the naturally terminated meridians as an example. Although they are unable to condense divine power or become cultivators, no matter how hard they try, they are unable to do so. But if one day, by chance, he meets a powerful rule master who is willing to pay a great price to reconstruct your meridians, then his terminated meridians will be completely opened, and he will soar to the sky and become an insufferably proud son of heaven. Moreover, his talent and potential are so great that not many people in the divine beginning realm can compare to him, said Demon Master Chenhua. Chenhua, you seem to know a lot about the naturally terminated meridians. Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Chenhua in surprise. Of course I do, because I used to have naturally terminated meridians too. Demon Master Chenhua said seriously. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear this. Demon Master Chenhua used to have naturally terminated meridians too? Chapter 34, 20 The Youth Zhaomeng. I was indeed born with no meridians. From the moment I was born, I was just like that little fellow beneath my feet. I was unable to condense divine power at all, so naturally I was unable to truly become a cultivator. Because of this, my parents tried everything for me, but unfortunately, they were unable to improve. Later on, as I grew older and older, I also knew that the most important thing in this world was strength. Without power, I'm nothing. Even though I know I can't gather divine power, I still try my best to cultivate. If I can't cultivate divine power, then it'll refine my body. I've worked so hard just to change everything one day. Demon Master Chenyuo's face became misty. Apparently, when he was young, he suffered a lot because of his naturally terminated meridians. Otherwise, the fact that the Demon Master Chenhua could dominate the divine beginning realm meant that his situation had changed. Pausing for a while, the Demon Master Chenhua continued. No matter who it is, as long as they are willing to persevere and work hard, they will be rewarded. My hard work has indeed been rewarded. Or perhaps I was lucky enough to meet my master. My master was already one of the elders of the Amethyst Demon sect at that time. He was also a principal's master of the 3 void realms. He saw me and saw my naturally terminated meridians at a glance. Perhaps because of my hard work, he personally accepted me as his personal disciple and spent a great price to reconstruct my meridians. He also took me to the Amethyst Demon sect. From then on, my fate changed dramatically. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang understood. It was no wonder that Demon Master Chenhua was so loyal to the Amethyst Demon sect and his master. It turned out that his fate had changed only when he met his master. If he had not met his master, he would not have achieved so much in the future. This little guy in front of me is also born with terminated meridians. Like me, he knew that he could not condense divine power, but he still refused to admit defeat and tried his best to temper his body. I see him now as if I saw myself in the past. Demon Master Chenhua kept staring at the young man below. His eyes were filled with melancholy. This young man seems to be planning to go back, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. He had noticed that the young man who was carrying a giant rock and running between the mountains below had put down the giant rock on his body and was walking toward the nearby city. It seems that he lives in the city. He just went to this secluded place outside the city to cultivate, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Chenhua, since you said that he is the same as you were when you were young and he is going to Wu Exan City, why don't you and I follow him? After a moment of hesitation, Demon Master Chenhua nodded slightly and said, Okay. Both of them set off, but they slowed down and followed the young man to the giant city. They watched the young man enter the city and soon entered a huge courtyard. This courtyard seems to belong to a family. It seems that this little guy is a family disciple, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. It's fine if he is the son of an ordinary cultivator. Even if he has naturally terminated meridians, it has nothing to do with other people. But a family disciple, the competition within the family is very fierce. This little guy doesn't even have a trace of divine power. He must have suffered a lot growing up in this family environment, Demon Master Chenhua said with a frown. There's a tavern across the street from this family. Let's go there for a drink and ask about this little guy. Jian Wushuang smiled and headed straight for the tavern. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. When they arrived at the tavern, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua sat by the window. Through the window, they could see the huge courtyard across the street. My lords, what can I do for you? A black-clothed attendant appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. Jian Wushuang casually waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring did not recognize its owner. The black-clothed attendant scanned it with his consciousness and immediately sensed the dense accumulation of saint elixirs. There were at least 100,000 saint elixirs. I want to ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, the interspatial ring will be yours, Jian Wushuang said. Please ask, my lord. They'll tell you everything I know. The black-clothed attendant's eyes were burning with passion. He was just a waiter in the tavern. Although he had just reached the level of the Immortal Saint, he was at the bottom of the Immortal Saint ranks. 100,000 saint elixirs was already a huge fortune for him. Of course, he would cherish the opportunity in front of him. Let me ask you, where is the huge courtyard across the street? Jian Wushuang asked. Sir, that is the mansion of the Zhao family, one of the 5 families in the Wu Xian city. Although the Zhao family is not a big family in the Bone Flood domain, the Wu Xian city is one of the most prosperous cities in the Bone Flood domain. To be able to occupy a place in the Wu Xian city, the Zhao family's heritage is not weak. There are rumors that the Zhao family once had a peak saint, but I don't know if they still have one now, the black-clothed waiter said truthfully. W, do you know of a young man in the Zhao family who is unable to condense divine power? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, I know of him. Zhao Meng, the 3rd young master of the Zhao family, is a good-for-nothing young master in the Wu Xian city. He is quite famous in the Wu Xian city, the black-clothed attendant said with a smile. It is said that Zhao Meng has been unable to absorb spiritual qi and condense divine power since he was born. He is already 16 years old, but he is still unable to become a cultivator. Many people in the Wu Xian city regard him as a joke. Even his father, the current patriarch of the Zhao family, has always regarded Zhao Meng as a disgrace. His 2 brothers have long drawn a line between them and have no contact with him. If it weren't for the fact that he is more or less of the bloodline of the Zhao family and that his sister, the 4th young miss of the Zhao family, has been protecting him, Zhao Meng would have been expelled from the Zhao family. Even his father and elder brother regard him as a disgrace. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. This is a family. In such a competitive environment like the 3rd heaven, these people no longer have any kinship in their eyes, only strength and self-interest. Demon Master Chen Yuo's face was cold. However, there is still his sister in the Zhao family who stands up for him. It can't be considered a complete betrayal. Indeed, at least one person is sincere for his good. Jian Wushuang also smiled. Chapter 34. 21 Saint Qingyan Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua ask some more questions about the Zhao family and Zhao Meng before handing the interspatial ring to the black-clothed attendant and sending him away. Qinhua, according to what the attendant said, this little guy named Zhao Meng is indeed quite pitiful, and it's very similar to what happened to you. It's just that you met your master by chance, but this Zhao Meng... Qinhua, don't you want to learn from your master and save this little guy from suffering? Jian Wushuang said casually. He knew very well that given Chen Yuo's character, he was already moved by the fact that he was willing to sit here and listen to Zhao Meng. Jian Wushuang guessed that Demon Master Qinhua must have the same thoughts as his master, but he had yet to take action. There's no rush. Let's wait and see. Demon Master Qinhua picked up the wine bowl in his hand and drank a cup, then began to ponder. Jian Wushuang just smiled and did not say anything. In the next few days, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua did not go anywhere. They just stayed in the tavern. Although they stayed in the tavern, their soul perception had long spread out and could completely cover the entire city. Naturally, Zhao Meng's every move could not escape their eyes. They watched Zhao Meng run out of the city every day and cultivate alone. His cultivation method was very crude. Obviously, he did not have any expert's guidance. It was purely a blind trial and error. For example, he had developed the cultivation method that could improve his body by carrying boulders and running between mountains. This cultivation method was very painful, but Zhao Meng gritted his teeth and persevered without the slightest hesitation. This little guy, at least in terms of perseverance, is very impressive. After a few days of observation, Jian Wushuang was also secretly amazed. As for the Demon Master Qinhua, he did not make a statement until the 10th day that Jian Wushuang and the Demon Master Qinhua were in the Wu Xian city. On this day, the Wu Xian city became lively. The reason for this was that a big figure had come to the Wu Xian city. This big shot was a core disciple of the illusory Moon Sky sect, and he had already reached the peak saint realm, Qingyan. Saint Qingyan was a very famous peak saint in the entire northwest 19 regions. It was said that he was very close to becoming an invincible saint, and he was a core disciple of the illusory Moon Sky sect, His master was an elder of the illusory moon sky sect who had reached the void fourth stage. Whether it was his own strength or his background, it was enough to scare people to death in Wu Exan City. For example, the 5 great families in Wu Exan City usually only came into contact with peak saints. However, there were not many of them whose strength could be compared to the Green Hate Saint, not to mention the Green Hate Saint's background. One had to know the Bone Flood Dragon realm was within the control of the illusionary Moon Sky sect. The illusionary Moon Sky sect was like the sky in the Bone Flood Dragon realm. With a slight stomp of their feet, they could trample a large number of small families like the Zhao family to death. Because of this, when Saint Qinyan came to Wu Exan City, the 5 family heads of Wu Exan City immediately welcomed him in person. But in the end, for some unknown reason, Saint Qinyan was welcomed into the Zhao family. In the tavern, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Sinking Fire were still drinking. As for the arrival of the so-called Saint Qinyan, it did not attract their attention at all. Even his master, who had reached the 4th realm of the Void Realm, would not be taken seriously by Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua, let alone a mere Saint Qinyan. However, while Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua were talking, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. "Qinhua, the little guy you like seems to be in trouble, and I'm afraid it's not a small trouble." Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Qinhua with interest. Sure enough, Demon Master Qinhua frowned slightly at this moment. Their soul power had been covering the entire Zhao family. They had seen everything that happened in the Zhao family, including their every move. At this moment, they saw a special thing happening in the meeting hall of the Zhao family. "Haha, Grandmaster Zhao, are you really willing to give your daughter to my maidservant?" Saint Qinyan, who had an evil expression on his face, let out an evil smile at this moment. "Of course, it's rare for Saint Qinyan to think highly of my daughter. It's my fortune in my previous life to be able to be your maidservant." The Grandmaster of the Zhao clan also smiled and appeared to be extremely enthusiastic. Meanwhile, the elders of the Zhao clan, all of them agreed one after another, completely ignoring the terrified expression of the peerless beauty below. This peerless beauty was the daughter of the head of the Zhao family, also known as Zhao Meng's younger sister. Her name was Zhao Ling. In the Zhao family, only this Zhao Ling had always used her status to protect Zhao Meng. However, she did not expect that her father, the head of the Zhao family, would actually promise her on the spot to be the Saint Qinyan's maidservant? Furthermore, the other party was the notorious saint's servant in the entire Bone Flood Dragon realm. Zhao Ling felt as if she had fallen into hell in an instant. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. He looked at the head of the Zhao family with longing and those elders of the Zhao family. In the end, no one was willing to pay attention to her. Her heart was close to despair. However, at this moment, hold on. A low cry suddenly sounded within the large hall. The expressions of the members of the Zhao clan, who were originally welcoming Saint Qinyan, changed. Immediately, many pairs of eyes looked towards the entrance of the large hall. A young man had already crossed the door and was walking over. This person was surprisingly Zhao Meng. "Zhao Meng, what are you doing here? This place is also something that you can come to. Hurry up and scram." Upon seeing Zhao Meng, the Zhao clan's grandmaster expression sunk as he immediately reprimanded. "Humph! If I did not come, 4th younger sister's life would have been completely ruined by you as a bargaining chip." Zhao Meng's eyes were cold. Although his body was not considered too tall, and he did not possess the slightest divine power aura, but at this moment the coldness in his eyes was enough to cause the backs of everyone present to light up. "Zhao Yong." Zhao Meng raised his head and looked directly at the head of the Zhao family, who was also his father. "No matter how you want to curry favor with Saint Qinyan, it has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want, but you cannot sacrifice 4th younger sister, and you cannot hand 4th younger sister over to this bastard." "Beast, Zhao Meng's words caused the expressions of all the members of the Zhao clan in the hall to change drastically. Even the figure of the Zhao clan head trembled violently. His heart was greatly shocked. As for Saint Qingyan, his expression had already turned dark and cold. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34, 22 Execution. Zhao Meng, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and scram. The head of the Zhao family was extremely shocked and furious. He had finally found an opportunity to curry favor with this green hate saint and use it to benefit the Zhao family. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Meng actually came out to cause trouble and even directly cursed the Saint Qingyan and beast in front of everyone. How could the patriarch of the Zhao family not be angry? However, Zhao Meng coldly snorted. He said, "Isn't it so? In the entire bone flood dragon realm, who doesn't know that this Saint Qingyan is a beast with a human face? Just in the past 100 years, who knows how many women have died in his hands and were tortured to death by him? If fourth younger sister falls into his hands, I'm afraid her fate will not be any better." Zhao Meng's words caused Zhao Ling, who was in the middle of the hall, to tremble. It was because she had heard of Saint Qingyan's infamous name that she was so frightened when the head of the Zhao family wanted to gift her to Saint Qingyan as a maidservant. If it was anyone else, even if she was unwilling, she would not be so frightened. Head of the Zhao family, it seems that your Zhao family doesn't really want to hand Zhao Ling over to me? Saint Qingyan had a bewitching smile on her face as she looked at Zhao Yong, the head of the Zhao family. Being looked at by Saint Qingyan, Zhao Yong's heart trembled. However, he forced a smile and said, "Saint Qingyan, you've misunderstood. The entire Zhao family respects you greatly and is willing to gift Zhao Ling to you as a maidservant. As for this Zhao Meng that you see now, although he still has my bloodline, I've already severed my relationship with him. Furthermore, my Zhao family has already decided to completely expel him from the family. Therefore, his words cannot represent my Zhao family at all." "Is that so?" Saint Qingyan raised his eyebrows. "Yes, yes." A handsome man beside him echoed, "Lord Qingyan, it's not just father. As his older brother, I haven't acknowledged him as my younger brother for a long time. Our Zhao family doesn't have a trash like him." This person was one of Zhao Meng's two older brothers, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Right, he's not a member of our Zhao family. Humph. Although our Zhao family isn't considered a big family, we still have some prestige in Wu Xian City. How could we allow a useless existence like him, who can't even gather divine power, to exist? We should have chased him out of the family a long time ago. It's fine if he's a useless person, but he actually dares to speak shamelessly and insult the Green Hate Saint. He really deserves to die. Grandmaster, I suggest that we directly execute Zhao Meng. Voices continuously sounded in the hall. No one was on Zhao Meng's side at all. They all said that they wanted to expel Zhao Meng from the family. There were even a few who suggested that Zhao Meng be directly executed. Directly execute him? Zhao Yong frowned slightly. Why? Is Grandmaster Zhao unwilling to part with him? Saint Qingyan looked over at this moment. Zhao Yong immediately reacted. At the same time, he also saw Saint Qingyan's intention. Immediately, he coldly said, "That's right. This Zhao Meng has always been disrespectful toward his elders. Today, he even insulted Saint Qingyan in front of everyone. This is simply disrespectful. What is the point of keeping such a person in this world? He should be directly executed so that the hatred in Saint Qingyan's heart can be appeased." Zhao Meng's body trembled when he heard these words. However, he still clenched his teeth tightly and stared at Zhao Yong with his scarlet eyes. Zhao Ling also looked at Zhao Yong with a face full of disbelief. As the saying goes, a vicious tiger would not eat its own son. However, for the sake of the clan's interests, Zhao Yong had first planned to sacrifice his daughter, Zhao Ling, to curry favor with Saint Qingyan. Now, in order to dispel Saint Qingyan's anger, he had actually made the decision to kill Zhao Meng. Grandmaster Zhao, since you want to execute him, I wonder who should do it? Saint Qingyan casually asked. Although this Zhao Meng has offended you, Saint Qingyan, if you were to do it yourself, it would be a loss of status. Therefore, I won't trouble you with this matter. Let me, the value of the Zhao clan, do it myself. Zhao Yong's expression was cold. His gaze toward Zhao Meng no longer had a trace of kinship. Zhao Yong, you're really ruthless. Zhao Meng gritted his teeth, however, he then burst into laughter. Haha, kill me if you want to. After all, I'm not of much use in this world. Being able to die by your hands can be considered as repaying the favor of your bloodline. Zhao Yong, remember this. From now on, I, Zhao Meng, will no longer owe you anything. And all of you. Zhao Meng's eyes were bloodshot. He looked as if he was madly looking at the powerful warriors of the Zhao family around him. These powerful warriors looked at him with extremely cold gazes. Haha, a group of heartless people. No wonder the Zhao family could only stay in this small Wuxian city for so long. With you people around, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Zhao family will completely cease to exist. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Just wait. All of you just wait. This day will come sooner or later. The Zhao family is destined to be destroyed. They are destined to walk on the path of strangers. Zhao Meng, you still dare to boast shamelessly when death is at hand. Zhao Yong shouted angrily. You shut up. Zhao Meng coldly glanced at Zhao Yong. The coldness in his eyes caused even Zhao Yong, a rank 7 true saint, to tremble. Zhao Yong, I only hate myself for being born into such a filthy family like the Zhao family. I hate myself for being too weak and unable to bring my 4th sister away safely. But let me tell you, even if I die and become a malicious ghost after I die, I will forever haunt the Zhao family and make them restless until the day I see you die and the day the Zhao family is completely destroyed. Impudent. Zhao Yong's gaze turned cold, and he did not allow Zhao Meng to continue speaking. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a sharp ray of light that charged toward Zhao Meng. Everyone in the hall saw this ray of light that was filled with killing intent, and no one stepped forward to stop it. As for Zhao Meng, he was still laughing maniacally, and it looked as if he was about to be shattered by that ray of light. However, suddenly, buzz! A wave of power erupted in the middle of the hall without any warning. The figure that Zhao Yong was charging towards was immediately struck by this wave of power. In an instant, he was blasted away like a cannonball and smashed heavily into the wall of the hall. The wall instantly exploded. However, the entire room did not collapse. This sudden scene caused everyone in the hall, including Saint Qingyan, to jump in shock. Soon after, they immediately noticed the 2 figures that appeared out of thin air in the middle of the hall. One of these 2 figures was a young man in a golden robe, while the other was a sloppy old man in gray robes who stood beside the golden-robed man like a guard. After the 2 of them appeared in the middle of the hall, the casual sounds of conversation also slowly echoed in the hall. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3423 was like squashing an ant. You have good willpower, hard work, and a strong sense of loyalty. Unfortunately, you acted too rashly and recklessly, Demon Master Chenhua said calmly. After all, you are just a little boy who is not even 16 years old. Although you have grown up in such an environment and your temperament has improved, you have not really experienced much training. It is normal for you to act rashly and recklessly. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 2 of them had stayed in the dark and knew everything that happened in the hall of the Zhao family like the back of their hands. They could see that Zhao Meng was indeed a little reckless. Although he was helping his fourth sister, Zhao Ling, he had to act according to his ability. Even if he showed up, he could not change anything. On the contrary, he had put his life at risk. Of course, Jian Wushuang could understand if he took into account the environment he had been in these years and the fact that he was only 16 years old. After all, who did not have the time to be young and reckless? Moreover, anyone would lose their sense of propriety when they saw that their only family member was about to be in danger. Originally, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua did not show up at first. It was not until Zhao Yong personally tried to kill Zhao Meng that Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua showed up and repelled Zhao Yong. However, although they understood what they said, the surrounding people were confused when they heard their conversation. "Who are you?" An elder of the Zhao family immediately shouted. "You're good at the Zhao family's meeting hall, and you even attacked our family master. How dare you?" The experts of the Zhao family also glared at them angrily. Zhao Yong slowly stood up and looked up at the two people in front of him. Although his expression was a bit ugly, he still tried hard to suppress his anger. He asked, "Who are you and why are you here?" "We just happened to pass by here. We saw that Zhao Meng seemed to be a good guy, so we came out." Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he continued, "Zhao Yong, the master of the Zhao family, right? Do you have a problem with us taking him away?" "What?" Zhao Yong's face darkened. Then he said in surprise and anger, "You don't take the Zhao family seriously. Zhao Meng is a traitor. The Zhao family is planning to execute him on the spot. How could we let you take him away?" "Traitor? Haha, I didn't see you being a traitor. I saw you as a father. You are a beast who would kill your son for your own benefit and the family's." Jian Wushuang sneered. "A man like you is not worthy of being a father." "Humph! I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you. But you are now in my family, and my family doesn't welcome you. So you'd better leave quickly and mind your own business," Zhao Yong said coldly. Of course, although he wanted Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua to leave, he did not dare to force them too hard, because he had already seen the strength of the two people in front of him in the fight just now. Not only him, but Saint Qingyan also saw it. Qingyan, a disciple of Blacklight Master of the Sky Moon sect. "May I know your names?" Saint Qingyan was modest at first. "Saint Qingyan, I know you. You're quite famous in the Bone Flood Dragon realm." Jian Wushuang smiled. "As for us, you don't know if you have problems with this website. Please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Us. It's easy to deal with you now that you know my words. This boy named Zhao Meng is not only disrespectful, but he also offended and even insulted me in front of everyone. Although I'm not as high and mighty as my master, I'm not someone who can be offended and insulted. Since he has already offended me, there's only death. Don't you agree?" Saint Qingyan still had a wicked smile on his face. He believed that since he had revealed his identity and his master, Blacklight Master, Chu Meng would be more or less apprehensive. Chu Meng was not related to them at all. Chu Meng was also a good-for-nothing who could not even condense divine power. These two mysterious experts should not have offended him for the sake of such a good-for-nothing. However, it was clear that Saint Qingyan had underestimated Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua. After hearing Saint Qingyan's words, Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Saint Qingyan, no one can touch Zhao Meng now. As for you, I advise you to leave quietly." "Are you really not giving me face?" Saint Qingyan's face darkened. "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing this, he laughed, and his smile was full of mockery. "Saint Qingyan, you think too highly of yourself. Even if your master, the Blacklight Master, is here, he is not qualified for us to give you face. What are you? How dare you?" Saint Qingyan was furious. "You're the one who's being presumptuous." Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Qinhua, kill him." Demon Master Qinhua narrowed his eyes, slightly. Originally, he would have disdained to attack the saint. However, perhaps because of Zhao Meng, Demon Master Chenhua attacked him directly, with a casual wave of his hand, a majestic power that terrified everyone present, except Jian Wushuang descended. This power was dozens or hundreds of times stronger than the one that had repelled Zhao Yong. Principal's master! Saint Qinjian's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with terror. No, please spare my life, my lords. I'm a personal disciple of the Blacklight Master, and am from the illusionary moon sect. Saint Qingyan let out a shrill cry and brought out the Blacklight Master and the illusionary moon sect behind him again, trying to stop the Demon Master Chenhua. However, the Demon Master Chenhua did not stop at all. Buzz! The power swept over, and Saint Qinjian's divine body was instantly shattered. He did not even have a chance to struggle and died in the blink of an eye. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang just smiled coldly. A mere peak saint, an ant-like thing, really thinks highly of himself. He even brought out the Blacklight Master and the illusionary moon sect to threaten us? What a joke! Jian Wushuang really looked down on Saint Qingyan, not to mention Saint Qingyan. Even the Blacklight Master behind him and the entire illusionary moon sect were no longer in his eyes. Saint Qingyan had deliberately brought out the Blacklight Master and the illusory moon sect to threaten him before he died. This was indeed extremely laughable. Chapter 34, 24 in-name disciple killing Saint Qingyan was a trivial matter to Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. But in the eyes of the Zhao family, it was completely different. Qingyan, Saint Qingyan, is dead. These two killed Saint Qingyan. It's over, it's over. Saint Qingyan actually died in our Zhao family. Our Zhao family is finished this time. The entire Zhao family had sunk into an unprecedented state of fear. Their fear stemmed from the terrifying strength of the Demon Master Chenhua, casually killing Saint Qingyan with a wave of his hand. This was clearly the principal's master, the high and mighty principal's master. He was the supreme existence that the entire Zhao family looked up to. On the other hand, they were afraid that Saint Qingyan had died in their Zhao family. The Zhao family would not be able to get away from the revenge of the illusionary moon sect. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua did not care about this. After killing Saint Qingyan, Demon Master Chenhua turned to look at Zhao Meng, who was already in shock. Young man, I'm sinking fire. If you're willing, you'll be my in-name disciple from today on, Demon Master Chenhua said directly. In-name disciple? Zhao Meng was a little confused. He knew very well that Demon Master Chenhua could kill Saint Qingyan with a flip of his hand. This was clearly an existence at the level of a principal's master. Such an existence was too far away and unattainable for him. But now, such an expert actually took the initiative to appear in front of him and wanted to take him in as an in-name disciple. To him, this was simply like a pie falling from the sky. For a moment, he was struck by this pie until his head was dizzy. What? You aren't willing. Demon Master, Chenhua said indifferently. No. Zhao Meng hurriedly shook his head. Following that, he took a deep breath. He said solemnly, Senior, you may not know this, but my meridians have been blocked since birth. I have no way of absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Over the past 16 years, I have put in a lot of effort, but I have never been able to become a true cultivator. Before Zhao Meng could finish his sentence, the Demon Master Chenhua interrupted him. I have long seen through your physique. However, since I have made an appearance, I naturally have a way to improve your physique and allow you to become a true cultivator. Now, you only need to answer me. Are you willing to become my in-name disciple? Yes, of course I am. Zhao Meng was overjoyed when he heard Demon Master Chenhua say that he had a way to change his physique. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Demon Master Chenhua. Respectfully, he shouted, Disciple Zhao Meng greets Master. Get up. Demon Master Chenhua waved his hand, and Zhao Meng could not help but stand up. Jian Wushuang, who was standing next to him, smiled and said, "Qinhua, congratulations on taking in a good disciple." A smile appeared on his face. To be honest, after a few days of observation, he liked Zhao Meng's temperament and personality very much. Apart from his lack of training and his lack of experience, he was very good in other aspects. In addition, Zhao Meng was the same as him. He had naturally terminated his meridians, which was why the demon master wanted to take him in as a disciple. As for why he was only an in-name disciple and not a personal disciple, that was only to give Zhao Meng more training. Or, however, the surrounding experts of the Zhao family could not figure it out. This mysterious expert in front of us actually took this trash, Zhao Meng, as his disciple. This Zhao Meng is basically a born trash, but he actually lost to the principal's master. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBoxNovel. Thanks. Could it be that this principal's master is blind? There are so many disciples in our Zhao family, and any one of them is stronger than this Zhao Meng, but he actually chose Zhao Meng as his disciple? Everyone in the Zhao clan was discussing. Of course, they were all secretly communicating, so they naturally did not dare to say it out loud. Zhao Meng, you shouldn't have any lingering feelings for the Zhao clan right now, right? Demon Master Qinhua said. Zhao Meng glanced at the surrounding Zhao clan members, then said resolutely and decisively, "Not good." "That's good. Make some preparations and leave with me now," Demon Master Qinhua said. "There's no need to prepare anything. I can leave at any time. However, before I leave, I have a presumptuous request," said Zhao Meng respectfully. "Your presumptuous request is for your younger sister, right?" Demon Master Qinhua glanced at Zhao Ling beside him. "Yes." Zhao Meng nodded solemnly. "Master, since I was born and was unable to cultivate, I was completely useless in the Zhao clan. No one took me seriously. Only my fourth sister, Zhao Ling, was the only one who was concerned about the relationship between brother and sister. She has been very helpful to me over the years. If it weren't for you, Master, she would have almost become a sacrifice of the Zhao clan. Therefore, I am somewhat worried about her." "I understand." The Demon Master Qinhua nodded slightly. "However, I still have some important matters to deal with when I come to the third heaven this time. It's enough for me to bring you alone. I can't bring another person with me. However, I can promise you that before I leave, I will give your sister a safe and sound life." "Thank you, Master." Zhao Meng was overjoyed. When Zhao Ling heard this, she revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Zhao Ling, thank you for your great kindness, Senior. Get up. You child, you have a good heart. It's a pity that the clan you belong to is a little too dirty." The Demon Master Qinhua said indifferently. Zhao Ling stood up and stood beside Zhao Meng. Just like Zhao Meng, she no longer had any feelings for the people of the Zhao clan around her. Her eyes were filled with coldness and disgust. Even her father, Zhao Yong, felt the same way. "All right, the two of you can leave with me now," said the Demon Master Qinhua as he prepared to leave with Zhao Meng and Zhao Ling. However, at this moment, "Wait!" A low shout suddenly rang out in the hall. Everyone looked over when they heard the shout, only to find that Zhao Yong's face was extremely ashen. He said with a trembling voice, "You killed Saint Qingyan. He is a core disciple of the Illusionary Moon sect and a personal disciple of the Blacklight Master. You can't leave." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. However, Demon Master Chen Yuo's face turned cold. "Zhao Yong, do you know why I didn't kill you just now?" Zhao Yong was stunned. That's right, the Demon Master Qinhua had just attacked twice. The first time he had forced him back, and the second time he had killed Saint Qingyan instantly. Since the Demon Master Qinhua could kill Saint Qingyan instantly with a flip of his hand, he naturally could also kill him instantly. However, the Demon Master Qinhua did not do so. The reason why I spared your life and allowed your Zhao family to remain in this world is that I want to wait for Zhao Meng to grow up before I return and resolve this matter by myself. However, if you dare to say another word now, I will completely wipe out your Zhao family right now." Chapter 34:25 came knocking on the door. A cold voice, filled with killing intent, resounded throughout the hall. The figures of the Zhao family members in the hall trembled. Zhao Yong's expression also changed greatly. Only now did he remember that the person in front of him was a principal's master, and his exact strength was unknown. The Zhao family could not afford to offend the illusionary moon sect, but they could not afford to offend the principal's master. If the person in front of them really attacked now, it would be very easy to destroy the Zhao family. "Zhao Meng, let's go." Demon Master Qinhua did not bother to say anything more. He left the Zhao family with Jian Wushuang and Zhao Meng and Zhao Ling. After they left, the entire Zhao family was in an uproar. The news that Saint Qingyan had died in the Zhao family spread quickly and caused a huge wave in the Wu Xian city. 2 days later, they were still in a tavern in the Wu Xian city. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua sat at a table, while Zhao Meng and Zhao Ling stood respectfully by the side. "Wu Xian city hasn't been very quiet these 2 days," Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. "It seems that your killing of Saint Qingyan has caused quite a stir." "Humph, it's just killing an ant," Demon Master Qinhua said disdainfully. "Master," Zhao Meng said at this time. "After all, Saint Qingyan is a core disciple of the illusionary moon sect. It's said that his master, Blacklight Master, has great power in the sect. If Master kills Saint Qingyan, Blacklight Master is likely to find us. Should we avoid him for now?" Zhao Meng was worried for his master, Demon Master Qinhua. After all, he was born in Wu Xian city and was only 16 years old. He did not have much experience. In his eyes, the illusionary moon sect could be said to be an invincible existence. Anyone would have to lower their heads in front of the illusionary moon sect. And although he could tell that his master was powerful, he did not want Qinhua to clash with the illusionary moon sect for his sake. Avoid? The illusionary moon sect alone is not qualified to make me retreat, Demon Master Qinhua said indifferently. "Haha, little guy, you underestimate your master too much. Just wait and see. If the illusionary moon sect doesn't come, I'll be fine. But if they come, I'll be just as your master wants," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Zhao Meng frowned and was full of doubts. However, he saw that Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua did not care about it, so he did not say anything more. Not long after, just as Zhao Meng said, the experts of the illusory moon sect arrived. "My lords, they are right there." A low voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Then several figures appeared in the void outside the tavern at a very fast speed. Besides Zhao Yong, the master of the Zhao family, and several elders of the Zhao family, there were 3 other people who appeared. There were 2 men and 1 woman. As soon as they appeared, 3 majestic auras swept out and covered the entire Wu Xian city in the blink of an eye. Principals masters, and there are 3 of them. Countless cultivators in the Wu Xian city felt the 3 auras and were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. The 5 families in the Wu Xian city were trembling in front of the 3 principals masters. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBoxNovel. Thanks. It's quite a big lineup. There are 3 principals masters, 1 at the peak of the 3rd realm of the Void Realm, and 2 at the 4th realm of the Void Realm. Jian Wushuang drank leisurely and said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhao Meng looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. In their eyes, there were 3 principals masters, and they were all powerful principals masters. The 3 of them came together, but the young man beside his master, whose name he did not know at the moment, was so relaxed, he was actually so relaxed, as if he did not take the other party seriously at all. What is this person's identity? He doesn't seem to be very strong, but he seems to be on equal footing with master? Zhao Meng was curious in his heart. In the void outside the tavern, the people of the Zhao family and the three principals, masters, stood side by side. My lords, after the death of Saint Qingyan, I have been keeping an eye on these people. They are now in this tavern, Zhao Yong said. I already know, a cold-looking, middle-aged man dressed in a black robe said coldly. This cold-looking middle-aged man was the master of Saint Qingyan, Blacklight Master. As soon as he received the news of the Saint Qingyan's death, he immediately invited 2 experts of the 4th level of the Void Realm from the Illusionary Moon sect to rush over. Their purpose was naturally to avenge the Saint Qingyan. And from the looks of it, the murderer who killed Saint Qingyan, he was not in a hurry to leave, so he naturally had the chance to avenge his disciple. Those inside, get out! Blacklight Master's voice was ice-cold, like thunder exploding in the sky. His voice carried a terrifying pressure that directly pressed down on the tavern. The power of the principles, Master could shake heaven and earth when he was angry. If the pressure of Blacklight Master swept out and affected the ordinary cultivators in the tavern, none of them would be able to survive. Fortunately, when the pressure of the Blacklight Master came, Demon Master Qinhua had already attacked and blocked all the power, so that the pressure did not affect the other people in the tavern. Qinhua, you killed him. I won't get involved in this matter. Jian Wushuang still sat there and leisurely drank. Zhao Meng, you wait here, Demon Master Qinhua said, and directly rushed out of the tavern. Master. Zhao Meng was very nervous and worried. But at this time, Jian Wushuang spoke again. Little guy, don't worry. The 3 people outside are nothing in front of your master. The 3 powerful principles, masters, are nothing. Zhao Meng was stunned. Outside the tavern, Demon Master Qinhua had already appeared in front of Blacklight Master and the other 2. It was you who killed my disciple. Blacklight Master's gaze was cold as he stared at Demon Master Qinhua. I merely crushed an ant to death. As for whether he is your disciple, I don't know. Demon Master Qinhua said coldly with his hands behind his back. Very good. Even though I don't know who you are, since you have already agreed to kill my disciple, then pay with your life for my disciple. Blacklight Master's expression was gloomy. The 2 of us, let's attack together and kill him. All right. The 2 Void 4th level experts beside him nodded. Although they could not see the actual strength of the Demon Master Qinhua, it was clear that he was a principal's master, and it was very likely that he was above the Void 3rd level to deal with such a principal's master. They definitely could not kill him alone. But if the 3 of them worked together, there was a great chance. Chapter 34:26 Defeated with a flip of the hand, die. Blacklight Master roared, and the 3 principals' masters instantly attacked. The 3 terrifying auras instantly reached their limits. Blacklight Master took the lead, and his body was covered in endless darkness. It was as if his entire body had merged into the darkness. This endless darkness transformed into a gigantic dark beast that crazily devoured everything. The 2 people beside him were experts at the 4th level of the void, and they were even stronger than the Blacklight Master. The eyes of the beautiful woman with snow-white long hair suddenly turned ghastly white. She gently raised her jade-like hand, and a devilish purple soft sword appeared in her hand. Then she simply slashed out. The space was sliced apart like a piece of paper. In an instant, a chill swept through the sky. An entire world turned into a world of ice and snow. In this world of ice and snow, a cold sword shadow directly slashed toward the Demon Master Qinhua. The last person was originally over 3 meters tall, but at this moment his body expanded once again, instantly reaching a height of 30 meters. The hair on his body expanded explosively as if he had turned into a true ancient fierce beast. The ancient ferocious beast roared and waved a huge axe in its hand. The axe shadow descended majestically, as if it could smash all obstacles in front of it into pieces. The 3 principals' masters did not make a move, but when they did, the terrifying power and movements caused the entire Wu Xen city to instantly sink into terror. Too strong. This is the principal's master. 3 principals, masters attacking at the same time. This scene is too terrifying. I feel like this day is about to be defeated by these 3 principals masters. Even though I'm standing very far away, I still feel like I'm going to be killed at any moment. The principals masters are indeed extraordinary. Countless cultivators were discussing in Wuxian City. Although there were many more experts in the 3rd heaven than in other places, those who had reached the level of principals masters were still considered top-notch experts in the 3rd heaven. And for a small Wuxian city, the principals masters were legendary existences that were rarely seen on normal days. But now, not only did they see the principals masters, but they also saw 3 law masters attacking at the same time. This was the first time for many cultivators in Wuxian City to see such a scene. Haha! 3 principals masters attacking at the same time. And one of them is at the 3rd level of the Void Realm and 2 at the 4th level of the Void Realm. With such a lineup, I want to see what this person can use to block it. Zhao Yong stood at the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the scene in front of him, his expression was extremely excited. Is this the true strength of the principal's masters? They are too terrifying. In the tavern, Zhao Mang and Zhao Ling were also amazed. Zhao Mang was more worried than amazed. These 3 principals masters are so terrifying. Can Master withstand them? Zhao Mang was worried about Demon Master Qinhua, but Jian Wushuang, who was sitting next to him, was still leisurely drinking wine. His expression did not change at all, as if the power of the 3 principals masters outside the tavern burst out in an instant. It was as if he did not care about them at all. And it was true. Not only did he not care about the 3 principals masters, but Demon Master Qinhua was even more disdainful. Sure enough, after the 3 principals masters made their moves, Demon Master Qinhua also made his move directly. There was no need for Demon Master Qinhua to use his full strength to deal with a mere Void 3rd Realm and 2 Void 4th Realm experts. He did not even use a divine weapon or true treasure. He just waved his hand and then flipped his palm. With a flip of his hand, a power that suffocated everyone present suddenly erupted. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. The world trembled, and this power instantly charged at the attacks of the 3 principals masters. The expressions of the 3 principals masters changed drastically at this moment. This is Blacklight Master's eyes widened. Be careful! The beautiful woman with long snow-white hair immediately let out a fierce shout and immediately unleashed her strongest power. However, even so, rumble. The 3 principals masters' attacks instantly collapsed. The darkness around the Blacklight Master was scattered and retreated. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. While he was retreating, his divine body had already begun to collapse. The snow-white, long-haired beauty had also disappeared. The ice and snow around her had also disappeared. Her sword shadow had also been destroyed. At the moment the power swept over, she immediately spat out blood. More than half of her divine body was instantly destroyed. Finally, the middle-aged man who had turned into a 30-meter-tall ancient beast let out crackling sounds. All the bones and muscles in his body exploded, and his divine body also quickly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 principals masters' divine bodies collapsed on the spot, and the other one's body had also collapsed by more than half. And this was completed with just a flip of the Demon Master's hand. Silence. The entire world had fallen completely silent. It was completely silent. In Wuxian City, countless cultivators widened their eyes and watched everything with incredulous expressions. In the tavern, Zhao Mang and Zhao Ling also had incredulous expressions. Of the 3 principals, masters of the illusionary moon sect, one was at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, while the other two were at the fourth level of the Void Realm. With such a powerful lineup attacking at the same time, the terrifying might earlier had frightened everyone. Previously, everyone had been amazed at how powerful these three principles masters were. However, in the blink of an eye, these three principles masters had been completely defeated. They had been defeated with a flip of their hands, and it was a miserable defeat. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and it took them a long time to calm down. If there was one person who was not surprised by this scene, it was Jian Wushuang. He knew the strength of Demon Master Qinhua very well. To be honest, the three principles masters of the illusionary moon sect, even he did not care about them, let alone Demon Master Qinhua. In the void at the center of Wu Xan City, the three principles masters of the illusionary moon sect had gathered together again. The three of them stood side by side, staring at Demon Master Qinhua with unprecedented fear and shock in their eyes. Just now, I lost more than 50% of my divine power. Blacklight Master said in a low voice, "I'm still fine. I only lost 30%. The 3-meter-tall middle-aged man said, "I lost a little more than 10%. The snow-white long-haired beauty also said. The three of them looked at each other. Huge waves had already been stirred up in their hearts. With a flip of his hand, he had defeated the three of them and caused them to lose so much of their godly power. The other party's strength. Chapter 34, 27 Forgiveness, the sixth level of the Void. It's definitely the sixth level of the Void, a super expert comparable to the sect master. The snow-white, long-haired woman and the 3-meter-tall middle-aged man's figures started to tremble slightly. The 3-meter-tall middle-aged man directly shouted in a low voice, "Hey Yao, what that disciple of yours has done, he actually dared to provoke a super expert of the sixth level of the Void." I don't know either. Master He, Yao was also extremely shocked and furious at this moment. Although I know that Qingyan is usually a little reckless, I still know his limits. Who knew that he actually provoked such an existence? Master He, Yao also had some bitterness that he could not say at this moment. When he learned that Saint Qingyan had been killed by Demon Master Qinhua, he immediately invited these two fourth level of the Void to take revenge. Moreover, he was mentally prepared at the beginning because, in his opinion, no matter what Saint Qingyan said, he was only a saint. How strong could the experts he could provoke be? Therefore, the Blacklight Master's previous guess was that the Demon Master Qinhua was probably only at the Void 3 realms, at most at the Void 4 realms. If that was the case with their lineup, it would be very difficult to kill the other party. However, they could teach the other party a lesson, which could be considered as giving him face back. As for the Void 5th level, the Blacklight Master had just thought about it. He thought that if the Demon Master Qinhua was an expert of the Void 5th level, then the three of them might not be the other party's match. However, the three of them were not too afraid when they joined forces. Moreover, the other party would more or less give some face to the illusory moon sect. They would not continue fighting. In this way, they would only suffer a slight loss. In short, regardless of whether it was experts at the 3rd, 4th, or even the 5th level of the Void, they were still within the scope of the three of them. But now, the person in front of them had revealed his strength and actually reached the 6th level of the Void. Heavens, the 6th level of the Void. How many are there in the entire divine beginning realm? What ability does that disciple of mine have to actually provoke such a super expert? The Blacklight Master roared in his heart. Even within my illusory moon sect, there is only sect master alone among the 6 void realms super experts. Moreover, sect master has repeatedly warned us that we must not provoke experts at this level. This is because as long as we reach the 6 void realms, we will be able to do whatever we want within the divine beginning realm. Even a saint realm master might not be able to kill some of the slightly stronger 6 void realms. That's why even the 3 great saint realms wouldn't dare to provoke such an expert. But now we've actually provoked one. The snow-white, long-haired, bow-tie expression was extremely solemn. It's too late to talk about this now. Let's first think about how to reconcile with the other party. If we really provoke such a great enemy for the sect this time, then we'll very likely become the sect sinners, the 3-meter-tall middle-aged man said solemnly. Offending a Void 6 realm expert for no reason was something that even the 3 great saint realms were unwilling to do, let alone the illusory moon sect. The 3 of them were also very clear that offending a mysterious Void 6 realm expert would be a great disaster for the illusory moon sect. There was no need for the other party to come knocking on their door. The other party only needed to encounter experts from the illusory moon sect in the divine beginning realm in the future and kill every single one of them. That would be a disaster for the illusory moon sect, because the experts of the 6 states of the void could easily kill the principals, masters of the illusory moon sect. On the other hand, on the illusory moon sect side, even if they used the entire sect's strength, they would not be able to kill a person of the 6 states of the void. Hey Yao, this matter was caused by your precious disciple. You can speak of this matter yourself, the snow-white, long-haired beauty said. Master He Yao's expression sank. Although he was extremely unwilling, he still forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and slowly walked to the front of Demon Master Chinhua. This lord. The blacklight master opened his mouth, and his voice was clearly filled with respect. Once these words were said, the countless cultivators in Wuxan City immediately went into an uproar. However, they could understand. Clearly, the 3 principals, masters of the illusionary moon sect, had kicked an iron plate this time. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. The person in front of them was an existence that the 3 of them and even the entire illusionary moon sect could not afford to offend. What do you want to say? Demon Master Chenuo's expression was cold as he looked down at Blacklight Master. Sir, this matter is purely because that disciple of mine did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually offended you. He deserved to be killed by you, sir. The 3 of us did not know your strength, so we offended you just now. We hope that you can forgive us, sir. Blacklight Master's attitude was extremely low. He no longer had the airs of a law master. He had even asked for mercy from Demon Master Chinhua. Mercy? Demon Master Chinhua snickered. You weren't acting like this just now. Now that you see that I'm strong and you can't afford to offend me, you're asking for mercy? If I didn't have the strength, wouldn't I have already been killed by the 3 of you? This Blacklight Master's expression changed, but he did not know what to say. They were indeed in the wrong in this matter. Sir. The beautiful woman with snow-white long hair walked up. She said respectfully, This matter is indeed the fault of the 3 of us. We have offended you. Sir, no matter how you want to punish the 3 of us, the 3 of us will admit it. However, sir, please don't blame our illusionary moon sect. After all, this matter is purely a private matter of my dark light. It has nothing to do with the illusionary moon sect. The 3 of us only acted on behalf of ourselves this time. We didn't represent the illusionary moon sect. Oh. The Demon Master Chinhua raised his eyebrows and glanced at the snow-white long-haired woman before he immediately smiled. You are quite clever, although you say that it has nothing to do with the illusory moon sect. You are actually using the illusory moon sect to make this old man have some misgivings. Moreover, you even said that the 3 of you are willing to accept the punishment. This can be considered giving this old man a way out. Haha, you are really very clever. The snow-white, long-haired woman's expression changed slightly. That was indeed what she meant, but she was directly pointed out by the Demon Master Chinhua. Girl, don't think of using the illusionary moon sect behind you to threaten this old man. To be honest, a mere illusionary moon sect is really nothing to this old man, said the Demon Master Chinhua directly. That is only natural. Lord Strength is monstrous. Even if Lord Sect Master were to come personally, my illusionary moon sect might not be a match for you. How would I dare to use the sect to threaten you? said the snow-white, long-haired woman. Hee, your words are quite pleasant to hear. In that case, this old man can ignore this matter. However, this old man has one condition. Chapter 34:28, Settling Down. Please speak, my lord. The snow-white, long-haired woman said as she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She was truly worried that the demon Master Chinhua in front of her was unwilling to reconcile. If that was the case, a powerful enemy at the 6th level of the void could definitely give the illusionary moon sect a headache. But now, even though the demon Master Chinhua had conditions, as long as he was willing to reconcile, it was enough for them to rejoice. Zhao Meng, Zhao Ling, come out. The demon master glanced at the tavern behind and shouted. Zhao Meng and Zhao Ling, who were in the tavern, immediately walked out. Master. Zhao Meng greeted respectfully. Master. The snow-white, long-haired woman, master of black light, and the 3-meter-tall middle-aged man all looked at Zhao Meng in astonishment. They knew very well that the demon master was a terrifying existence, and his disciple should also be extremely formidable. However, when they looked over, it was obvious that Zhao Meng did not even have any divine power. He did not seem to be a cultivator. This little fellow is actually the disciple of this lord. The snow-white, long-haired woman exclaimed inwardly. He's from the illusionary moon sect, Demon Master Chinhua said. My conditions are actually very simple. This is my disciple, and he will naturally follow me to roam the 3rd heaven. However, this little fellow has a younger sister, and I can't take the little girl beside him with me. Therefore, I want to leave this little girl in your illusionary moon sect. This condition should be very easy for all of you to fulfill. Lord, don't worry. My illusionary moon sect will definitely take good care of this girl. Furthermore, if she doesn't mind, I can take her in as a personal disciple and do my best to nurture her, said the snow-white-haired woman immediately. She had thought that the conditions set by the demon Master Chinhua would be harsh, but she never expected that it would only be for them to take in a girl doll. It was indeed a little too easy for them. Take in a disciple. The demon Master Chenyuo's expression changed. If you think that this girl doll's aptitude is all right, you can take her in as a disciple. You can also let her join the illusionary moon sect. However, there is one thing that you have to take good care of her. After a period of time, when my disciple's strength grows, he will personally head to your illusionary moon sect. Yes, the snow-white-haired woman immediately agreed. Zhao Meng, are you and your sister satisfied with your master's arrangements? Demon Master Chinhua looked over. Of course I'm satisfied. Zhao Meng nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he looked over at Zhao Ling. Many thanks, senior. Zhao Ling immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Demon Master Chinhua. Get up. Demon Master Chinhua waved his hand. In that case, you can follow the 3 people from the illusionary moon sect. Zhao Ling stood up and immediately rushed towards the snow-white-haired woman. Zhao Ling greets senior. What an obedient little girl. Furthermore, her aptitude seems pretty good. The snow-white-haired woman looked at Zhao Ling and revealed a smile. My name is Bai Lu. From today onward, you will stay with me in the illusionary moon sect. After returning to the sect, I will personally arrange some tests for you. If you can pass the tests, I will accept you as my personal disciple. And even if you can't pass the tests, I will let you cultivate properly in the illusionary moon sect. I won't let anyone bully you. Yes, Zhao Ling nodded obediently. Sir, the 3 of us will take our leave first. The snow-white, long-haired woman bowed to the demon Master Chinhua before turning around and leaving with the blacklight master and the 3-meter-tall, middle-aged man. After the 3 principals, masters of the illusionary moon sect left, Wu Xian City finally calmed down. Demon Master Chinhua narrowed his eyes and looked in one direction. Zhao Yong and the others from the Zhao family were trembling. When they noticed the gaze of the demon Master Chinhua, their hearts trembled. Without any hesitation, they knelt down. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Spare me, my lord, spare me. Zhao Yong screamed shrilly. He did not put on any airs as the head of the family. Seeing this scene, Demon Master Qinhua felt disdain in his heart. With just you guys, you don't have the right to make this old man personally take action. Furthermore, this old man has already said that I will leave your Zhao family to my disciple to take care of it himself. Naturally, I will keep my word. With that, Demon Master Qinhua returned to the tavern. Zhao Meng glanced at Zhao Yong and the others with disgust and followed Demon Master Qinhua back to the tavern. In the tavern, Jian Wushuang looked at Zhao Meng. He said, I've just checked the information on Master Jade Deer. She's a good person, has always been good to her disciple, and is very protective of her shortcomings. Your sister followed her to the illusionary moon sect. I don't think she'll suffer any grievances in the future. Besides, your sister was entrusted to the illusionary moon sect by Qinhua. Even if the illusionary moon sect doesn't treat her like an ancestor, at least no one dares to bully her. So, you can leave with us without worry. Okay. Zhao Meng nodded heavily and felt relieved. No rush. Demon Master Qinhua waved his hand. Although I have accepted this little guy as my disciple, his naturally terminated meridians are still there. I have to find a place to solve his naturally terminated meridians first. Otherwise, he will still be unable to cultivate. Qinhua, you are also born with naturally terminated meridians, so you know this kind of physique the best. With your means, it should be very easy for you to solve this little guy's problem, right? Jian Wushuang looked over. Easy. Demon Master Qinhua shook his head. Although I know how to solve his naturally terminated meridians, it's not easy to complete this step, but the price to pay is also very high. In order to solve my naturally terminated meridians, my master went through a lot of trouble. Not only did he use a lot of resources from the Amethyst Demon Sect, but he also invited several principals, masters to help him. Although I'm much stronger than my master now and have a lot of resources at hand, it's still not easy to solve this little guy's naturally terminated meridians. After all, the naturally terminated meridians are destined by the heavens and are restricted by the heavenly axiom. It can be said that the heavenly axiom has restricted the little guy's fate. Now I'm going to change his terminated meridians, which means that I'm going to change his fate. Change his fate? Change his fate. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then asked, What do you want to do? Is there anything I can help you with? I can complete the heaven-defying fate-changing process by myself, but to complete it I need a large number of natural treasures, some of which are extremely precious. I can use almost all of them, but I'm missing one, said Demon Master Qinhua. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. Purple Void Divine Water, said Demon Master Qinhua.